nicht?
Aber hier steht ja...
Du kannst auch gerne anfangen.
Oder? Nee, wusste nicht, dass du auch noch was. Okay,
nur ganz kurz. So, good morning and kalimera. Dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference Artificial Intelligence in Libraries, organized by the Committee for the Support of Libraries. Today, experts and professionals are coming together to discuss how AI is transforming our work from cataloging and digital preservation to personalized services. This conference offers a unique platform to exchange experience and ideas across borders, with speakers from Germany, Spain, Norway, the United Kingdom, and Greece. We are accepting a shared vision for libraries as places of innovation, education, and research. I wish you an inspiring and successful conference. I would now like to invite Bettina Wenzel, Head of the Information at the Goethe-Institut in Athens, and in the region of Southeast of Europe to the States to give the welcome address.
Thank you very much, Nicoletta. I would like to welcome very much at the Goethe-Institut to our international conference. You said so many words what I now wanted to say, so I have to skip, maybe not to repeat myself. And as a member institution of the organizing committee for library support, I'm particularly pleased to open this conference. And I'm very happy to see so many faces here today. We were very happy to see that we had so many registrations for that conference. And we see that there is really a need for an international exchange on the one side, but also that you have a need to exchange here in Athens and Greece on that topic on artificial intelligence. I would like to say a few words about the Organization Committee for the Promotion of Libraries that was already established in 2003. And it serves as a model for equal representation and cooperation among the involved institutions. The committee's goal is to provide knowledge and support to the Greek library community and somehow to help to improve the services they offer. This means that for 21 years we have been organizing conferences, workshops, panels, and advocating for international professional exchange. I'm very happy since such a long time that committee exists and works together. So I know during the pandemic time, so it wasn't so active, and now we start to work more together. But it's always something special when an organization on a basis where we work for free together is working for such a long time. But what is today about? I think it's about the future. In a time when technological innovations are profoundly changing our daily lives, libraries are also facing new challenges and opportunities. One of the rapidly developing technologies that is both glorified and feared is artificial intelligence. AI has, of course, also found its ways into the library sector. It offers us an opportunity to automate and to optimize work process. Already today, some libraries use IA-based chatbots to efficiently answer user inquiries and provide personalized recommendations. I heard very fresh, the Berlin libraries are using this recommendation tool. Not only Amazon, when you want to buy books, also our libraries can offer this service now. But alongside these opportunities, there are also challenges that we must not overlook. Data protection and the need to train our staff in handling new technologies are just some of the aspects we need to consider. Just last week, I organized a workshop for librarians from the Goethe-Institut in Southeast Europe in Munich on the use of AI, specifically Copilot, in everyday library work. The range among the participants and colleagues between apprehension and the natural use without critical questioning of rights, especially copyright, was wide. I think a key factor for the meaningful use of AI is that our staff can use new technologies in an application-safe, critical, and future-orientated way. Against this background, I'm very excited about today's input and the discussions that will arise from it. I wish you all an exciting and enriching conference with many new insights and inspiring conversations. International exchange is invaluable for learning from each other and developing innovative solutions together. Finally, I would like to take that opportunity to thank our colleagues from the organizing committee for their excellent preparation and execution of this conference. Thank you and a fruitful day. And now,
so, it's a great honor and pleasure for us today to welcome Mr. Nikos Pagounakis, professor at Padon University, writer and president of the board of the Hellenic Foundation for Book and Culture.
Thank you, Bettina and Nicoletta. And dear friends, thank you for inviting me to say some words at the opening of your conference on artificial intelligence and the libraries. I believe that your conference is extremely topical. I am here in my capacity as the president of the new Hellenic Foundation for Book and Culture, and AI is at the center of our concerns and certainly at the center of our foundation core businesses, especially our programs for publishing professions. For instance, the program Greek Lit for funding translation of Greek literature into other languages aims also at supporting the literary translators profession that is facing an existential threat for AI. And this is not something theoretical or hypothesis. A few days ago, the Dutch publishing house Finn, Bosch & Koenig, the country's largest publishing house owned by the American giant Simon & Schuster, has announced that will use AI to translate commercial or market novels or trade romances. Will the profession of literary translator evolve into a kind of AI-generated translation curator? I don't know. However, what is certain is that artificial intelligence causes widespread disruptions in to publishing industry. Changes and challenges are already visible in many fields. I list some of them. The publishing business models, the editing, the marketing, the audience targeting, the readership behavior, the content dissemination, the content management, mainly whatever we call it a catalog, the customization options, from the addition of personal introduction to a completely tailor-made book. And of course, AI raises new legal and ethical issues related to copyright or to the identification of a text as an output of artificial intelligence or of human creativity. I have been teaching storytelling techniques at the university for years, and I am a writer of narrative and non-fiction books. So what about creativity? I mean human creativity. In the novel Greek Lessons by the Korean writer Han Gang, Nobel Prize for Literature for 2024, the two main characters, one, the male character without sight, and the other, the female character without voice, come close, communicate, find themselves through language. This language is not theirs, the Korean. It is the Greek language, especially ancient Greek. And in the era of LLM, large language models, Gang's novel depicts natural language, even if this language is the ancient Greek, as a mechanism of emotions or an emotional mechanism. I think no literary text, AI output, will be able to deliver emotion, originality, authenticity, surprise, truth, experience. I want to believe that human creativity will still be the driving force behind any original story, any original novel, poetry, autofiction literature, and any kind, of course, theater, drama, and any kind of literature, fictional or not. I adore technology, and nothing is one-dimensional. The topics of your conference, many of which are related to AI practices in libraries, show us that artificial intelligence, scary and threatening to many, can be a great tool for libraries and more generally for the book and publishing world. So I am looking forward to listening to the bold recordings, I mean the recordings by Bodosaki's lecture on demand, and later reading the papers and the proceedings of your conference in order to enrich our knowledge and to mitigate or eliminate our fears of artificial intelligence. Thank you for inviting me, and I wish you big success to your conference.
So I would like now to invite Dr. Frank Zeliger and Dr. Mia Rich for the first session.
Hello, nice to meet you again. Thanks for the invitation, wonderful network. To be here is a wonderful venue with your library and also in this conference. And I'm a little bit nervous, of course, but let me ask at first, are you using AI for your personal things? So how many people are using AI tools like Copilot, Gemini? Oh, the most then. So I'm finished my presentation. You imagined more than I, so we have to do reverse mentoring maybe. I will speak about AI in a Germany context. We as libraries, we have also to do a lot with AI since a lot of years, since 2018, for example. And I will give you an impression of our doings and dones in Germany matters, in Germany library networks that we have done. Difficult at first is what you can reach with AI. I think the buzzword AI is not very helpful in general things. Because what is AI? And is it human-like or is not human-like? Is automation thing? So if you look closer to the words, it looks further away. Then, so not it's all the times helpful. Sometimes we speak about deep learning, machine learning, about convolutional networks, and so on. But besides the AI and definition and also the concept of AI, I think we have the chance to change a lot of our things, of our doings, change from the last years to now in the future. And let me show what I mean. At first, let me present where I come from. I speak as a head of a library of a small University of Applied Sciences like Polytechnic in Spain, for example. And we have to do a lot of things. And also, we make different stages. You can see on the picture, on the big picture on the left side, this was a factory hall. It was the first usage of our library hall as for disassembling locomotives. They produce locomotives in the heavy metal industry. Then we changed to a wonderful library, now with bel etage. And then now we come in the virtual service, means it's the next step for us. That means in all that we have to do less with shelves, store and picker, it's over, I would say. So we need also not more menial stuff, we need more librarians. They make projects, they have responsibility for everything, like different features, also concerning AI, for example. And we launched in 2018 a chatbot. Chatbot means not is working with transformers like BERT on a browser platform, means not like large language models we have been before, but you get, for the frequently asked questions, an answer. And the reason was that we open our library for 24/7 access, means our students and members have access to our library in the space, like here, around the daily, or on the weekend, on Christmas too. And for them, we invest 2018 or 17 in a robot. You see we have a very small team. And so AI is also for me a chance to come here to make a lecture, because I can make a distance working and can automatically answer emails and so on. And so we see in AI, like in digitalization, automation, a big chance for us to reinforce our library work in a new form. For example, to offer our space. It's very attractive to work them. And I've been never alone since 2018 in my library, because the students are working in the midnight and so on, in the morning and so on. So it's a wonderful atmosphere in our library. And that is a chance that we have also together with AI, besides the concept what AI is, and really. I will also say we have a master course in computer science for libraries. We are the only one in Europe, I think so. And we invited a lot of students every year. And we have 10 modules, and one module is also matters of AI. So I think in general, AI is very important to develop our library service. Service, media-centered, but also customer-focused. That's the change that we have together with AI. To summarize in all my speech now, we have in Germany a lot of projects, but we are missing a central network of all our doings in AI. We have not an orchestration, we have not a strategy. Complete other field than in museums, for example. They released or they published a concept, a strategy for museums in Europe, but we are missing it in the European level, also in the European League of EBLIDA, of IFLA and so on, of different platforms. And so I think Goethe-Institut has a wonderful chance to leverage also a strategy in AI in our library matters. And I hope so. Maybe you will do it then. So we have, I'm also in original different networks. We have a landing page. It's helpful for every student to make inform about different technology. I supported all content about RFID, was also one movement, also on buzzword, Internet of Things and so on. The other one is robots, and now I can support a little bit information about AI, and all our links and our recommendations and all that we have published. It's published on the landing page. All my knowledge, what I have about AI, is more or less published and released every week or each week. And this Bibliotheksportal is a platform to inform librarians cross-boundary. We have public libraries, scientific libraries, and specific libraries to inform about new things in AI. So that's my point of view too. Otherwise, is also we launched the first certification course for librarians. They start by 17 librarians from Switzerland, Austria, and Germany in 8 modules for AI. The thinking is what we have to know about AI. Smattering use is nice, but not enough. So we have to decide for investment in AI. We have to decide what kind of open source, of Hugging Face tools, of large language models we are using and so on. And it's very difficult. You must separate, or you must understand what means generative AI, what's the difference to discriminative AI for classification, what is the strong AI, what is still weak AI, and so on. We have a lot of AIs, horizontal, vertical AI, and all this. And you need the knowledge to make a good decision for your library and also for your library network and for the customers, so I think. We have also a project by European funding. The name is Fully Algorithmic Librarian. The objective is to get information of the Crossref data. The Crossref data are publications. They have a digital object identifier, DOI, and we need a recommendation system of reviews of articles to be protected the quality of publication. It's the objective more or less in this project where I am a little bit involved, Fully Algorithmic Librarian. So I can speak a lot, but the pressure comes from the road, I would say. We start 10 years ago with first lessons of AI. But now the pressure comes from the road means ChatGPT by OpenAI is published in November 2022, and later then came the first tools and features by Clarivate, by Scopus, also by ChatGPT and other databases like Statista for statistic data. We have in the law or the legal framework also some solutions. So it means are people expecting also solutions for our library stuff, for our library hoardings, that we can provide also some AI tools, helpful tools for students, for professors, and so on. So the pressure comes from the road, I think so. And the consequence for me, for myself, is that I'm using a lot of, I have daily open a lot of windows, and some of them are large language models with different parts. It's very easy in Germany to get access to different tools, paid tools like ChatGPT. I have an account, of course, but also other ones, they are free. So we make a difference between vertical and horizontal AI. Means horizontal AI is using like Copilot, Gemini, and other stuff, and ChatGPT. You cannot publish internal informations for them, documents, protocols, and so is not allowed. It's not permitted in our legal framework, and also by GDPR, for example. And we are using vertical AI, like these tools, for example, to get information about your internal information. For example, we have a strategy process, and we publish as retrieval augmented generation. You can, after vectorization, you can make a new chunking and so on with this large language models with your own data, and the data are not in the cloud by Silicon Valley, are in the cloud of a public service. This is the difference between vertical AI and horizontal AI for us. And we are using it to prepare strategic processes, to prepare, for example, I have a reaccreditation of my library course, library computer science, in next year in January. I'm nervous of them, of course. And I checked all master theses that we have, are 50 in all, to ask the question, what you have to study after the master thesis as module to get these capabilities. And the answer is not the same, like I have the 10 modules, or complete other ones. So it means we have to reform also our modules for our library course in the consequence to analyze the master thesis, what they needed to complete, to achieve the graduate course of library matters in computer science. That's in all that I mentioned before, the vertical horizontal AI, and a lot of universities in Germany are offering tools to test different large language models. A lot of them are open, so are open source, like Mistral, like by Meta, and so on. You can use it. They have some differences and very enriched. The question is now, like ever, what is AI? Do you think the robot is AI? Do you think this machine is AI? I can start it, I hope so. Starts or not? Is the typewriter with AI, by AI? Not once now. Okay, the robot in all, we get it here, unpacked in the year 2017 from Paris, has nothing to do with AI. The robot has programming, by Java programming and so on, and looks like a remote control car, as toy, for example, not more. And you can see on the left side a typewriter that we have in our library in Berlin, where I'm a member of them, of this board, and this is an old typewriter by one of the last machines of the GDR. I come from the GDR, from the east part, the name Robotron, and we have inside a serial interface to ChatGPT and the Wi-Fi, and so it's answering by typing what ChatGPT is telling them. So it has nothing to do with AI, and also if you look to the first publication about AI, the first publication in all was very important is the Turing test, maybe you will know or remember it, comes from the year 1950, was the test, the imitation test, I think, between the machine, or the man, or the human must decide, comes the answer by the machine or comes by a person. Later then came ELIZA by Joseph Weizenbaum and so on, and the first publication has nothing to do with AI, but the notion of AI released then. And so we have to understand what AI means, and means very often very different things. For us, AI has to do with 3 columns, 3 very big bullet points. The first is, for example, you can see on the left side, on the right side, has to do with a lot of data. A lot of data. We have a lot of digital data also in our library catalogs. Or published, for example, as linked open data. We have a lot of publications. They are open access. A lot of information more than 20 years ago are online. You can see on the web. The second one is that we have a complete new type of software. As you are using Python or other ones, you see step by step from prescriptive to descriptive software, and now we are programming in the idea of likelihood, of probability, and so on, predictive solutions that we had. And the other ones is the acceleration of the computer counting, of the computer work very fast. If we have a look, what it means, we speak very often about Moore's law. Maybe you will remember it or you know it. Remember Moore's law? Doubles of ICs about every 2 years or 1.5 years, depending on the publication. So if you start by a car driving 8 kilometers per hour, then you see that we need no very long to come to the moon. It's very fast. And the same, if the computer needs, I'm working on a Konrad-Zuse-Zentrum in our library network. We have 6 library networks in Germany. One is Berlin-Brandenburg. I'm a member of this board. And it's the Institute of Konrad-Zuse. Konrad-Zuse was one of the first. They founded computers. And if we need for one reckoning challenge, you need, for example, 8 years. Now we have flops, we have computers and hardware of the hardware position that they need not more than, or 1 second, not more. Means our smartphones that we have are very, very fast compared with the first computers, for example. And that means that's AI. AI has 3 columns to bring it together. Now it's the hardware, software question, and also the question of a lot of data. But we can see and remember also by other developments and other buzzwords like Internet of Things, or here in this case, to utilize robots very often, we can see we have, on the one side, a big expectation. I think AI comes and keep in our mind, but the expectation is not every time the same like the reality looks for. For example, we hoped very long that we have a chess computer, a chessman, a Turkman, he playing chess in the 18th century and so on. We hope very often that a machine can help us in different cases. And never Angela Merkel has a robot on your side in the same manner like here on this picture. So we have to reflect, like the Moravec paradoxon, it's very difficult to make a similar movement like the human or AI makes the same like we can do in our doings in the coming years. For example, you know the RoboCup? RoboCup exists since 90 years or so, and the big expectation and challenge is in the year 2050 to win against the world champion, the World Cup winner of the soccer, FIFA, and that's the game. That's the competition, to go in the competition with the human interaction of playing football. But if you see the RoboCup in the last year, for example, it's very boring for us. No, it's nothing, this goes not very fast, not like in the Champions League or anywhere. So I think it's not, I'm not very hopeful that in the year 2015, the RoboCup will win against Cristiano Ronaldo and so on, or the next generation then. So we have to reflect. But in general, we teach to the students is, undepending of the tools, we have to teach the 4 Cs. Do you know the 4 Cs, or we say 4 cars in Germany? What can we give to the students directly? Like in the library study course about computer science, we have the 4 Cs. One C is the cooperation, then is the communication, the creativity, and the critical reflection. Creativity and critical reflection are the main bullet points that we have to concern to AI. That's our objective that we have in teaching and educating our students and also the customers, the users of the library. A broad discussion we had also in Germany about the Jobfuturomat is a platform, a landing page of a research product of a ministry. And they produce since, I think, for 10 years now, library Futuromat means what is the expectation of the automatization, of the digitization of your job? Undepending of you are working in any handicraft profession or as librarian, as archivist, in your museum and so on, and you see the degree of automation that's expected. You can see a difference between the head of a library and the librarian, and there's a broad discussion also in our society in Germany, what we can expect and where we have to optimize to make a better job than before, and we can give to the automat our jobs. It's very useful and is also published in German, in English, so maybe you can utilize it too. We have different directions in our society. We have, of the one side, developments like we work and work and work in the evening, on weekend, and so on. By the laptop, you can see here. We have the other side, the promise that we have not to work more than 50 hours per week. It's far away in us. We have to be, but it's reflect the activities or the attitude of a lot of librarians. They don't love to work the whole day, only the half a day. So we have a lot of career changers, and we have a lack, a lack of further stuff in our libraries. We are looking for our advertisement for new stuff. It's very difficult to get new stuff in our libraries. And this is the new challenge for us in the library, to be very attractive for a lot of people. And so we need also to have a good level of service in the quality and all, that we can reformulate our jobs also by machines and so on to offer the same service level. And also very often we have a critical reflection about ChatGPT and all. It's a large language model, it's a stochastic parrot, we say very often in Germany, and means it's not a knowledge base, it's a language model, not a knowledge model. And so we have to reflect the answers, the quality of answers, like by the discovery tools and so on, to have then the quality measures of recall and precision and F1 score and so on. And so we need also a critical reflection. This is that we are concerned in our society and libraryship in Germany. Some of the bigger libraries started 10 years ago to work with AI solutions. The first one is the National Library. The National Library is using in Finland a product. The name is ANEF. It's open source since 2018 and helpful by classification of different publications. And our National Library had the opportunity, or has the duty, since 2018 or 19, I think so, to make a classification of the online works. They are only online, not in the physical form, and they are using ANEF for them to make a classification, to give keywords and so on. Very successful, also in other bigger library. And besides them, we have some professors in research of library matters by scientific institutions like Hannover and Kiel and in Cologne. And it's very helpful to develop new things. For example, geoestimation, you can see here on the map, is a feature that you can upload a picture and can see in which part of the country or which part of the world it's made, this picture, for example. Also, curator means you can, the structure of the layout of the newspapers recognize, and then you can say, is this part, is this column, this column. And also we had, for example, in 2018, a solution is working by Alexa. Alexa is a product by the Amazon, and the idea was to come into the library, was here in the case of Karlsruhe, KIT library of a big university, and you can ask where is a free place to work, or where I can find these books, and they give an answer. But it's now finished, klar, of course, because GDPR is protecting the rules. Maybe it's listening also other dialogues and so was prohibited, but the idea, the concept of this idea, we hope is surviving for the next step then in the coming years by the KIT Karlsruhe Library. So we have a lot of solutions. Some we will present a little bit nearer, but what I described as the pressure from the road means also a lot of students, they missing now your account of Spotify and so on, or for YouTube, and change for ChatGPT, and the time span they have to write the exam or to prepare the bachelor and master thesis. So they are using very often tools like Copilot, Gemini, and special research products like Research Rapid in the medicine matters and so on, Perplexity. It's very common. So it means this is the pressure that we reflect also in our library work. And we start since 2022, I think a lot of libraries are offering helpful tools, or they give an orientation, they give an introduction to use these tools. Frankfurt am Main was one of the first, the next Mannheim, then Augsburg. Different parts and university libraries are offering tools for for awareness and for information literacy for the students and the part of the smart bachelor thesis to use these tools meaningful. But the question that we talked about also in Germany is, we had a situation in 2005 was Google Books was coming and means for us, oh, we need our own solution because like the large language models do not reflect very often the German language, Greek language, other languages, more English then. So we are missing a lot of information, and you can see also in the answers that they not detect your own landing page, for example. If I ask, for example, where you can study library science, computer science for library, I get no answer that in Willow it's possible, for example. So it means we have the same question like 20 years ago. And 20 years ago it was we solved by the European Digital Library. And what's now the challenge? What we have to do to reflect also in the large language models more collections of the landing page from France, from Germany, and so on. They reflect also other languages, mineral languages, not only the main language like English or Chinese and other ones. This is the same question, and we need an answer, and we have to produce the answer together, not only in Germany, because it's a big project. For example, OpenAI invests $400 million. We haven't it in the European Union, I think so. So we have to work together, and maybe we find our own large language model. Maybe you can remember the Galactica project by Meta. They were producing only large language model based only on publications, means qualified information, not other information, hate speech and so on. And maybe we try the same for our purpose in Europe, for example. Could be a solution. We have Mistral, we have other ones, AlphaGo in Germany, and maybe we come together to them. But I must say also that in the artificial intelligence science direction in Germany is not reflecting the library efforts, for example. We are not engaged in this library these networks of AI, I must say. So it needs more orchestration. That's an open question. But we see AI not only in the case that we have to digitize our service, we have also to rethink our service, what we reached so far, what we reached not. For example, not all inhabitants of Athens or in Willow or in Berlin have a library card, for example. 10% or less in Germany, the average, I think so. The same, we cannot get all students. We have 60, 70% are using the library in my university, for example. How we can reach 100% or 99%? Maybe also new tools like AI is helpful to reach this objective. That's the question. So we have to think not only media-centered, but we have to also think with AI tools in a customer-centered and focused manner, so I hope so. And one of the general questions is the complete information. Maybe you remember the 5 laws of Ranganathan, for example. Maybe we reach them more now with AI than with discovery tools. You will remember maybe why we start with discovery tools. We have a lot of discovery tools, search engines like Google. And we started 20 years ago, and we thought we can explain the ranking principle and it's more transparent. But who of our librarian can explain what the ranking principle is behind? You have a look below them. Not a lot of men, not a lot of colleagues. So I think we have to understand more about AI. Smattering use is not very helpful. And also we have some visions like the Simon hat in the astronaut Alexander Gerst. The flying hat has the function of to give remarks and advice for the astronauts and also to reflect like a protocol, to make a protocol of experiments in different manners in this. And also another vision is the IBM debater was a session, a meeting, a competition in the year 2019 between a human and a machine. IBM debater the topic was about subsidized crash, and you have to bring the best arguments for or against them. And this was the competition. And this, I think, and the IBM debater was only filled by publications, not by other informations. It was very qualified, the discussion, I think so. That's the vision, that's the manner, that's our objective. And in the case that we have to rethink our service, means also we have to gain new ways. We have, for example, in the mathematics networks, there's a new tool to make mathematical opportunity to test the proof of different ideas. We have a lot of legal tech. is, for example, my flight come late, too late, I can reimburse my money, for example, and an automat in Berlin founded by students is possible. I give them the flight, say, okay, was a delay of 2 hours and so, and they counting what is my chance, the probability to be successful against this airline, for example. It's a complete automatically running system. This the flight right, for example. In legal tech, we have the same solutions in Germany context by hate speech and also by fake news and misinformation, setting up the corrective platform, for example. So we had a lot of ideas from the outside, and one of them is, for example, we know the plagiarism software. We are using Turnitin, for example, too, in Willow, but it's not the main topic of my one. We have Our library has access to the bachelor thesis and master thesis. It's the history and the roots and so on of my university. And many professors are asking us, we need help by the formal things. Means not we have to analyze the content of the master bachelor thesis, we have to analyze the formal things like layout, the abbreviations, or the references. And we work together with colleagues from other university in North Rhine-Westphalia, in Dortmund, to accomplish a project named is ePolis. And the idea is you can upload a text and you can look after, not after orthographic and plagiarism questions, but about the formal things of good scientific work. That's the challenge that we have, and maybe AI is helpful to solve this. Other ones is a presentation in the National Library in Frankfurt am Main. So you have, from the Shoah project, you can make a question about different things of the Shoah, of this horrific history that we have in Germany, and you get an answer, and the answer means not is remixed by the words. It's complete in the same utterance. It's not changing the utterance and all, but you find the specific point what you're interested by as customer, as visitor, for example. It's other project that we organize. Our main focus is going now, not only by the retrieval augmented generation to after vectorization of the things that we can add on or to enrich the large language models, but we're looking for the combination of large language models and knowledge graphs. This is also a challenge that we have in Germany, and we have a lot of projects to combine knowledge graphs, as the ontologicals and thesauri and all this that we have prepared as library work, and the other one, large language models. That's the thing that we are doing on. Besides them, we have a lot of discussion about sustainability and energy, of course, also by bias and attitudes, ethics, AI compliance. And this maybe is to reflect in all, to summarize some of our discussions, our threads that we have in Germany about AI. The vision that we have is that you have not to study library informatics or computer science in library. I hope that it's anywhere or in coming time it's enough to know what you like to resolve or you like to solve, and you can say the system, like ChatGPT, for example, make coding them for this problem, and then put out or set out the programming code for Java, for Perl, for any program language. I hope that is the vision that we have, and could be very helpful before understand also what our machines they are running now, what they have to do in detail, for example. So we need also a lot of formal knowledge about our library doings and all. Important as last slide is, maybe you will remember, it was the Hitchhikers of the Galaxy, the last question, the ultimate questions about the future and the library and all things and so on, is 42 means you have to know what you know. As you have to know what you will ask and what could the answer then. Because the AI machine is not measured to give an answer where you don't know what the question is. So also we need a complete panorama or panoramic view about our sufferings, about our challenges, and the idea must come from ourselves, where AI tools can help in our service to improve and to enhance our library service. That's all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Frank, for the presentation. So I would like to open the floor for comments or questions. George, please.
Thank you very much. I'm George Giannakopoulos from the National Center for Scientific Research, Demokritos. It's here in Agia Paraskevi. So thank you very much. It was very, very, very interesting. And I would like to ask you whether in your different projects regarding how to approach your customer, your user, your visitor, how much time have you allocated to actually discussing with the actual user about how they expect AI to be used to support them?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Also, we decided in our own library, we changed last week from a commercial system of library management system to core, like in the Goethe-Institut, you have the same. So I've been very involved in them. And for my team, it's clear that we have to start with AI tools for this literacy and awareness. We start in the next year, not in this year. So it needs a lot of time to make a digital sprint for our staff, of course, at first, and then to customize also our solutions for the customers, like students and professors. But I myself, I'm a little bit forward then in this case. And so we have, maybe it's not, I'm not sure this is the answers that you expected. We have, for example, a big project in the public libraries in Berlin. It's the digital sprint. Means we offer in 15 afternoons, started in December, to prepare the staff also to understand what they are doing in the digital tools. And needs 15 afternoons for everybody of the library staff of the public libraries in Berlin. Start now, in this month. And I think that's the right way that we have to go. The same in my team, next year's, like in other teams. But very often you have some islands of knowledge. Not everybody is knowing all, of course. It's a big library, you don't have a big staff. But I think this is very important in the context of reverse mentoring. You have the students, the younger also, to ask how you are utilizing AI tools and to reflect our experience in the same. So maybe it's the answer. Okay, thank you. Also, we start, for example, with the first library catalog. It's the discovery tool was at first, and now we have the first large language models by ChatGPT is pronouncing the metadata of our library catalog. The public library of Berlin is since August in this summer is published also by large language model. You can ask by chatbot about library references, about the books. Do you have a book about Greece, for example? And you get an answer, I can show them. It's the first chatbot. Also another smaller public library in Switzerland, Schaffhausen was the second one. They are offered the Firma report, offered very often in English, also workshops to get information how you have to export mark XML data of your catalog, more than 1 million in the case of Berlin, and now it's published and is also usable by a large language model of ChatGPT as chatbot. It's a new way. No? We have the online catalog, WebOPAC, then we have discovery, and the next one is the large language model, for example, with more information.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you mapped very well the complexities of this topic. My question has to do, you mentioned that you communicate with other type of libraries on this topic. How exactly this communication takes place? I mean, with public libraries, with other type of information centers. Do you meet? Do you have online sessions? Do you organize workshops? How exactly does this happen?
Okay.
Thank you.
In my doings is very important also to invite every public librarians in the course. We have in this course, for example, I mentioned before, the start certification course about AI at 8 modules is also engaged, also involved public librarians, for example. I must say we have 6 library networks. One of them is open for public libraries too, is Berlin-Brandenburg, of course. So the embassy, or how you say it, the assistant of a public library is also in the main board of our library network. So all these people are also involved in our doings, like in the fully algorithmic librarian project and so on. Also, what I will say is all of this, also in the course of the master course in library science or computer science for library, also is open for public librarians. They are working, they are studying also colleagues from the public library. So I think we have to cross the border of the different parts. We have normally in Germany 3 parts, 3 boundaries, intranscendent, in the library network in Germany. We have the public libraries, scientific libraries, and the specialized libraries. Also in our statistics, we differ these 3 types of libraries, of course. But normally, we work together in different associations, in different matters. We make the same mission and so on. We come together. The world of librarianship is very unified, like both parts of Germany, I would say. Yeah.
And the last question. Oh, Abby.
I think that AI is actually a new challenge for plagiarism that all educational systems are facing. And apart from the software, you use one software, we use Turnitin. What are the ways to avoid plagiarism with students, starting with, high school students, because they use ChatGPT and all of that, and they are very, very clever about
they're very clever, yes.
Sort of tricking the system.
I had last Friday also to Rigorosum for the defense of master thesis on the last Friday. And by one, we had also the impression he wrote this work by his own or by other helps. So we asked. Means we have the communication part for a half an hour, and we can ask. The examination goes also by speaking, not only by writing. So you can test him. They understand the lines or not, for example. That's the test. But all our study courses in my university, they have one course in preparing how you have to learn for scientific writing. It's a fixed module that we have in our careers, in our courses, in each course that we offer in our university. And so they learned the tools, how to use, what is the plagiarism. We have Gutenberg as a well-known example, for example, to avoid them. And the idea for Turnitin in the next year is also to offer this tool not only for professors and members and staff, also for students. They can make a self-test. In UK, you have very often the upload filter, and you can make a self-test, and then to decide, okay, you have 4% of plagiarism, you upload it more, or you make a review of them for yourself. So it's an opportunity. But in general, the professors have to decide for itself, is it plagiarism? You have to ask them for some lines, is the own work or is it other work then? So we prepare the students a little bit of them and give them all our tools that we have for our own, to them. Other question was there? Not.
I have a quick supplementary question. I run a school library. And okay, we use Turnitin.
Okay.
Obviously, we use Turnitin to check our IB students' work. So we're talking about the older students. But still, they're very clever about it. So how do you, I mean, beyond the fact that we have to check all the plagiarism and the AI similarity and everything, do you involve schools in the discussion for how we're going to train?
Yes.
Because we're talking about younger people rather than more mature students.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. I know we have some limits by plagiarism software. No? Maybe it's a famous investigator of this materials is Weber-Wolf, Professor Weber-Wolf from Berlin, and she's publishing each 3-4 years an analysis of different softwares in plagiarism by archive server. Archive server means it's open access, you can read it. And that I reflect also in this examination teams or committees that I'm involved to give them this advice, this remark, we have to reflect it. But it's a big trouble. So we're changing now also in our university the type of exams. Before we had a lot of written exams, now we have a little bit more you have to defend your thesis, for example, in front of the professors, for example, or we have a 4I principle, means you need 4 examinators, also 2 people, for example, you have to test them. And so that's the answer that we organized in our university, maybe in other ones. But it's of course, also plagiarism is a big challenge, a big topic in every university in Germany. And to avoid them completely, it's not very successful. Maybe we hope we can detect something, but not in all, in the case of plagiarism. But it depends also. For example, the Turnitin licensed database has not all database indexed that we have licensed as library. For example, the complete legal work and the comments of a special publisher like Beck, for example, is not integrated in this index of Turnitin. Means Turnitin has a lot index publication of Springer, Elsevier and other publishers, but not of all. So like the norm, the rules of engineering, not integrated in this database. So you have a lot of, I think we have the chance to detect more plagiarism than before, but it's a challenge, of course.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Thank you all. So on stage now, Dr. Mia Rich for the second presentation. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you, and Kalimera. Slides. Up. Excellent. So I'm Mia Ridge from the British Library, and I will be taking you through some of the work that the library has been doing with machine learning, artificial intelligence for the past decade or so. So just in case, for background, the British Library is the National Library of the United Kingdom. We're a legal deposit library, which means that under legislation we receive a copy of every publication, books, periodicals, pamphlets, also websites. That creates some complications because those materials can only be accessed on premises, even if they are digital. So managing reader expectations about what they can access online versus offline. And also to address the elephant in the room, the library had a ransomware attack in October last year that is still very much affecting the services that we offer online. But we have quite a lot of material that has been digitised, but one of the challenges for the library is always scale. So we have something between 170 and 200 million collection items, which means that everything that we do is kind of difficult to go from pilot stage or experimentation and to production, just because of the sheer size of the collections. I work in the digital research team, and our job is to get people to use the library's collections for research, education, entertainment, creativity, enjoyment, commercial uses where that's appropriate. So we're all about opening up the library's collections in ways that are sort of appropriate for the uses. We spend a lot of time exploring new and emergent methods that we think will affect how readers of the library, users of the library, will want to use our collections, but also how we can use these methods to make the library's collections more discoverable. We do a lot of work behind the scenes on systems and policies and sort of sticking our nose in across the library's work to make sure that as much material as possible is available for computational research. And that means both individual items available via readers or item viewers online, through to thinking of our collections as data or as data sets. And we do a lot of work with AI literacy and digital literacy across the library and in the wider sector. Okay, so just to do the definitions bit, because it is kind of, I think, important to be clear in what we're talking about. Generally, AI at the moment, in libraries anyway, is mostly machine learning. So it's statistical models that have ingested a lot of material and are really good at predicting the next most likely word or working out an image. But I love this image that I made using a tool called Crayon with the prompt rare books and special collections, because it kind of gives you a sense of where we are with AI or machine learning now, this generative AI. The image very much has the vibe of a kind of rare books or special collections item, but it's not actually usable as a physical item. So it just shows how these models are very good at giving us something that approximates and might be good enough in terms of like the output that you need, but it doesn't understand anything about the physical properties of the world. They're not truth machines. They don't have any concept of what's true, what's real, what's not. They're just very good at predicting what might be acceptable. I think a couple of different ways of thinking about how we use machine learning, and I think this follows on from Frank's. You might think about using machine learning or AI as an intern, where you're kind of collaborating with an expert. You might be the expert user using something like ChatGPT to kind of as an interlocutor to speak to, but not taking anything that it says on face value and always kind of critiquing and checking what it says. But where it does work particularly well in library work is thinking of it as a cog, so something that's optimised to do one very specific job, very closely supervised, very tightly trained, and often part of a pipeline or a workflow. And I also like the way that a lot of journals are thinking about AI now in terms of how they describe assistive tools versus generative tools. So assistive tools, you might use them like a translation tool or a grammar tool, something that will help you do what you're already doing better. So we've probably all used things like that. Versus generative tools, or where you might give a language model or something a set of data and ask it for conclusions, or you might say, tell me reasons why AI in libraries is good. When the system does the thinking for you, that's a kind of materially different use. And I think that goes to the question about students and how we think about plagiarism and how we change the kinds of assessments that we do for students, for publishers, for anyone doing any kind of intellectual work. It is a real challenge that we're all facing at the moment. But being as precise as we can about the kinds of uses helps us understand and work out policies that are appropriate for that particular kind of use. I think when anyone talks about AI, they're probably selling something or just being a bit, you need to critique and dig in a bit more about what they're actually talking about. So here are some ways that we've used helper tools and these kind of cogs and utilities all the way through to blue sky kind of research methods. We do a lot of work with transcribing text. We're called the British Library, but we're really half archive. So we have a lot of handwritten material. Tools like Transcribers can be used for printed text as well. You can use someone else's model, or you can train your own. So you might, as in this case with my colleague Adi, who worked with the communities on Wikisource to hand transcribe Javanese manuscripts, and then use these community transcriptions as a ground truth model for training a specific model on transcribers. Transcribers can also do things like complex print layouts. These are really exciting technologies because they make handwritten material or complex printed materials searchable, and the transcriptions can then be used in any kind of machine learning or just simple reading process. And we do a lot of work with non-English scripts, with right-to-left alphabets, with other alphabets or other character sets. And we've recently hired a permanent curator of OCR and HTR because transcribing text is so important to our work, everything from discoverability through to computational analysis and computational linguistics. And on our blog, there's many, many resources about how we've used these different technologies. And we have a new curator coming in who'll be working with some of our Greek manuscripts, I hope. And we're always very happy to kind of share the work that we're doing there. We also had people develop really bespoke models that I guess are these cogs. When we were digitizing manuscripts many years ago, the system that we had then didn't have a way of recording something that wasn't purely part of like a foliated part of the manuscript. So these covers were smuggled into the system in a way as fly sheets. So we had a lot of records that were called fly sheets that didn't actually depict fly sheets. They depicted other parts of the materiality of the manuscript. So some team members developed a bespoke machine learning model that could identify these records that weren't classic manuscript folio. It's a really specific use. There might be no other library in the world that has this problem of mislabeled images, but I would bet that most people working with historical materials or special collections have some sort of system where you've had to slightly fudge how you describe things to get them into a digital system that maybe wasn't quite set up for your needs. So this was a way of identifying those materials and then recataloguing them so that they could be better described in a new system. We also had a team member, Victoria Morris, in our metadata team who used machine learning techniques to identify the probable language of a printed heritage item from its cover page. Because of the library scope, we didn't have language codes on all our publications, so she was able to update over 1 million records with a more accurate language identification, and that included 141 languages that weren't previously listed in the catalogue. She did this really, really carefully. Victoria's wonderfully smart, and she worked with the specialist curators to make sure that the confidence of the language predictions were as they needed to be, so it's 99.7%. And the image shows a confusion matrix, which is a tool that you can use to check the results that you're getting and look for languages that might be commonly confused with each other, like Afrikaans and Dutch, which look very similar at first glance. And she was able to update the records so that we had new language codes, which helps make our collections more discoverable. We've also used Transcribus to work with some of the printed reference materials and not only sort of identifying each entry within a printed reference catalogue, but then also pull out structured information from those references so that we could then work with these records as in a comma-separated file, so working with more structured data created from these printed texts, and that's available on the Transcribus site if you want to have a look. And this all means that we can update our catalogue records, again, in a really tightly controlled, verified way. We have a lot of collections that only have a card catalogue entry, so our catalogue isn't fully digitised. We have a huge, huge backlog. So this is a way of, originally it was a crowdsourcing project, and then it became a kind of internal project to match WorldCat records with these probable old card catalogues and sort of speed up the process of trying to get through that backlog that we have. And this, we were able to do this work because we have a research software engineer on our team who worked really closely with collections cataloguers to understand how the process needed to work and the real workflows that were in place in the library and swap out just very particular parts of those. And I think that's a kind of lesson in terms of you need to understand a workflow or a process in a library before you can automate it. And we kind of forget that when we talk about AI. But this is another exciting example. Many years ago now, we put 1 million images on Flickr Commons. They were taken from digitised 19th century books, largely. And a code artist called Mario Klingemann used image classification or clustering tools, machine learning, with some manual work as well, to identify images across these very, very diverse books. Sort of in this one, there's a similarity in posture and in gender and in kind of sentiment expressed in these images. So these are all from different books. He's coloured them so they have a kind of a sense of similarity. But it's a gorgeous way of looking across collections, and it kind of shows us how some of these tools, these vectors tools, might let us see our collections as a whole, even though as a library they're broken down into different collections and they're broken down by format or by region or by language. So it shows us ways that we can find new ways of browsing through collections and hopefully making these collections more accessible to people who wouldn't necessarily otherwise go and look at 19th century printed books. So we have some intensive internal training programs. I think this is a slightly old version of the slides, but that's okay. I had a slide on our training program which includes hands-on hack and yak sessions, which are 2 hours every Thursday morning, every third Thursday of the month, where people can try out technologies, because we think a great way of bursting the hype bubble, but also really giving people a sense of what's possible, is by actually trying tools. So you might have a session on ChatGPT, back when it was very new, where we asked people to put a topic that they knew quite well into ChatGPT to see how it did in terms of describing the topic, but also back when everyone was learning that ChatGPT would make up fake resources, even with a DOI, like it would give you very realistic looking citations, but then you would try and find them, and of course they weren't there. And I think any librarian who works at the kind of front desk or has customer-facing encounters has probably had that where someone's tried to find a reference that doesn't actually exist because it just makes them up. So that was a way for us to help library staff understand, if you get this inquiry at a reference desk, you know, maybe think about us and did they use ChatGPT, and then you can say, okay, well, maybe it wasn't a real reference. The reason you can't find it is because it doesn't exist. We also run a reading group, which is a chance for people to critique, but also really sort of discuss and dig into the implications of these technologies. That's 1 hour the first Tuesday of every month. So we try and make these regular sessions that fit into people's workflows. We don't try and we used to do like whole day training courses, but it was really hard for people to fit them in. We do also offer formal courses, and we also have a lot of external speakers come in for these 21st century curatorship talks. And they're particularly important because it's people using library collections or collections from other libraries. The stories that they tell become stories that people share in the library. So someone will remember, they're not technical at all, but they'll remember someone had a method for looking at marginalia and detecting marginalia and sharing marginalia. And they'll tell someone else about this to meet a need that someone might have about a new research project. So that kind of expert talks has been a really important part. And I think together the training program has meant that the library is able to work with new technologies, to understand them, to understand when a technology isn't mature enough for deployment, to understand how they might experiment with things, and also hopefully to understand if someone is hyping something and maybe just trying to sell something, because increasingly it's really apparent already in the discussions, every part of library work is being affected by either a vendor trying to tell you or sell you, upscale some kind of AI pitch. Our email has AI in it, Excel has AI in it, everything has AI. So we want people to be literate in what that means, to think about the data privacy implications, the data sharing implications, and to have enough cynicism to say no, but enough enthusiasm to say yes when that's appropriate. We know that people are doing experiments on an ad hoc scale. We know that people are being sold or pitched products. So we're building on our experience to write and share our AI strategy and principles. We have a new CEO coming in January, so we'll release those principles after she's had a chance to have her say. She's heard them already. And we hope that actually, we've shared them with the National Library of Scotland and Wales, we've shared them with the French National Library, and there's already been a lot of interest in other libraries in signing up to those. So hopefully us sharing those in early 2025 will help other libraries we've all been thinking so hard about this, so we hope that that will help. And the AI strategy will guide us through the process of what do we say yes to, how do we think about where to focus our efforts, how do we think about what work that people do in the library might change. We've already heard about the ethics, the biases, the environmental impact, and those are really, really part of our principles as well. The principles are a way of embedding our values as the British Library into decisions we make about technology. And environmental sustainability is one of those issues, along with being as transparent as possible about the biases that might come into any of the tools that we've used. So we've heard something already about what machine learning can do for museum, libraries, archives, collections. But just to kind of summarise, again, the ability to create text from images and audio, when I talk to young people about it, they're like, of course. And I'm like, but you don't understand how hard this used to be. When transcribers first made it so that you could search for a phrase or a word in like a digitised manuscript text, it was just mind-blowing. It completely changes what access means if you have digitised material. This is a lovely example from a librarian called Matt Miller, where he had digitised diary entries. So something like ChatGPT can take an image, it can transcribe the text, it can then structure the text so that it identifies the date of the diary entry, the place that the author of the diary entry is given. It can summarise, in the yellow, it's summarised the content of the diary entry. You've got the text of the entry. Then you've got people mentioned, so it's detected the entities of people and places. And the fact that you can do this with free or quite cheap tools is really mind-blowing. Because when I talk about the Living with Machines project, if we had this technology even a few years ago, it would have been a very different project. We can use these tools to generate keywords, labels and descriptions from objects detected in images. You can detect and link entities, places, concepts. The fact that you can use vector-based search to search for similar images to an image that you give it, or to search for keywords even if the keyword isn't used in the text or isn't used in the subject metadata. I think for me, working with collections that aren't necessarily that accessible because they're in Old English, Old French, languages that aren't spoken anymore or that have changed, the fact that you can find things without knowing the exact academic term, I think is really important for accessibility. We can also rewrite texts for different audiences, so you could rewrite or translate speech or text on the fly into other languages. You can rewrite text so that it might be accessible to people with a lower reading age, and you can cluster things and make really sort of gorgeous ways of discovering collections. So it is a kind of really exciting time for these technologies when they're applied thoughtfully. And this is a lovely example from a computer vision, computer science student, where they've used computer vision techniques to look at broadside ballads and the engravings on them, or the woodcuts, sorry. And for these ephemeral objects, we often don't have very strong dating information. But when you can look at how the woodcut has deteriorated as it's been used, you can detect tiny changes. These are big changes, but you can detect tiny changes that suggest the order in which the ballads were printed, because you can see how the woodcut has been damaged over time. And that lets us find out more about our collections, which otherwise would be really painstaking manual work. And I think there's ways that we can create new services, so ways of answering those kinds of questions that maybe like 3-year-olds come up with, or that you might just be in the pub and having an argument and say, like, you know, when did like poodles become so popular? You can like look through images of dogs depicted in books and say, well, actually what we're seeing visually is evidence here, but what we're seeing in the text is this. So maybe with enough digitization and enough sensible use of these technologies, we can find ways of really answering those curiosities. We work a lot with students and with academic collaborators, and that always gives us a sense of like, what if we could do this? What if we could answer that question? When you're looking at material as a whole and you start to think, well, why is there a gap there? What happened then? If we can answer these questions, then that would be a kind of amazing way of rethinking library services. So I wanted to talk about the Living with Machines project, which is an example of the library collaborating with the Alan Turing Institute, which is the British National Institute for AI and Data Science. The project formally launched in 2018. We began conversations in 2017 with the Turing, and from about 2016 in digital scholarship, we could really see that the breakthroughs in deep neural networks were going to become important in terms of access to library collections. And from about 2014, the way that text transcription and other image labeling were becoming really apparently almost sort of at that kind of breakthrough point meant that we wanted to take on a project that helped us think through the implications of machine learning and AI for the library. This was a huge project, and I want to be really clear that of the things that I talk about, the credit is very widely distributed across a huge team. I think over the length of the project, we had about 45 people. Some were only with us for 6 months. They swapped in and out at the Turing, and others of us were with it before and after. it was a really sort of open-ended research project, which is unusual. Our main brief was really to think about using the library's digitised collections, particularly newspapers, at scale in a way that we had never done before. But in terms of sort of AI outcomes, everything was sort of AI or machine learning in some ways. So we used a lot of natural language processing and large language models. The language models that we used were pre-ChatGPT, mostly BERT, which was state-of-the-art then. And there are a lot of things that we couldn't do at the time, particularly things like pulling structured information from unstructured text or trying to pull structured information based on page layout and typography that we could do now. So that's the price of kind of doing this work a little early, is that things become easier as you go on. Some of the things that we did were develop algorithms to link individuals over census years. British censuses were every 10 years. Women in particular are hard to trace between census years if they get married and change their surname. Households that change in composition over time, so children are added, stepchildren, in-laws, the household composition can change. The street name can change, the household can move, and people change occupation. So they were particularly looking at people who changed occupation as their work, say hand loom weavers, was mechanised. So hand loom weavers were just loom workers, and then they became power loom workers. So they developed methods to do this linking at scale, and it's really the application of scale on these open-ended research questions that made the project so interesting. And another really important part of the project for us was understanding how we'd perhaps inadvertently created biases when digitising newspapers. We digitised in a public-private partnership with Find My Past. Their main interest is family history. So they chose newspapers that were more likely to have lots of names, so birth, death, marriages kinds of things. There is, we found out, a slight bias because those newspapers tended to be more liberal and less conservative, because the conservative papers were more likely to talk about Parliament, the upper echelons of society, where the liberal newspapers were more likely to have those local notices, those family notices. So understanding that bias means that when computer scientists come in and say things like, Victorians were the happiest in blah-de-blah year, we can help them nuance and understand and put in context those findings, as well as the work of historians in helping people put those changes into context. So really simple, those kind of cog-like tools, making poor quality OCR searchable. The computer scientists were shocked when they saw the quality of OCR, optical character recognition, that we work with, because some of it was done 20 years ago from microfilm, using the best possible technologies at the time, which were not that good, but they've improved a lot. So they developed this tool to help search and find things even when the OCR quality was really poor. And it's available on GitHub. You can install it as a package. And that's the kind of thing now that, again, is almost taken for granted that we can do this. But they had to develop that tool so that we could get on with some of the other work that we're doing. But it's a nice shared outcome from the project. There's a lot of work on place names and maps and geographically locating material. So the toponym resolution tool, TRES, was developed to find place names and disambiguate them. So even if a place name occurred more than once, you could identify which version or which new town it was talking about, and then to actually geolocate those using Wikidata as a kind of basis for a kind of gazetteer to do this work. It's the kind of thing that you dream about being able to do at scale, so it was lovely to see it developed in this project. We also had people who worked on ordnance survey maps, which, because they were repeated regularly for most regions of the UK, give a really good sense of how the landscape changed during industrialisation. They manually annotated little tiny patches of the maps with whether, yes or no, there was any railway infrastructure shown in that little tiny patch. Then they kept 40% of the patches back and used 60% of those little patches to train a machine learning model. And then they used the other 40 to check the results of the machine learning model with the manually annotated records. So what you're seeing on the left isn't actually a map of the railway lines, except, like, it's not taken from a map of railway lines, it's taken from those patches that show railway infrastructure highlighted on the thing. So it gives you a way of doing this work at scale, and people have subsequently taken it and used the same technologies in biology and other kinds of fields where you want to annotate images. So for our funders, it's a great example of an arts and humanities project leading to something that scientists can also use. And you can use it to look for any kind of feature in a map or another kind of visual material. And this has now become a spin-off project called MapReader. We had a lot of computational linguists on the project, so one of the things that we were looking at is references about machines where they were given animate attributes. Because one of our questions was, what was it like to experience this change in industrialisation? And for living with machines, there was always a meta sense. The project was set up to help us understand what it was like to live through the AI era, or what became the AI era. In 2018, we didn't talk about AI quite so much. It was more about data science, machine learning, but very rapidly at the start of the project, it became the AI kind of era. So it was a meta reflection on what it's like to live through this kind of change, how we talk about these technologies, and you'll see the way that people develop relationships with AI tools and chatbots. There's a level of emotion there that you wouldn't necessarily expect when we're talking about a machine, except, of course, we understand machines. We give them attributes of being animate. We give them emotions. We give them moods. So one of the results of the project is that we have a much deeper understanding of researchers' needs. Also, everything from like how data needs to be prepared for using in AI, how we pass around terabytes worth of data, how we explain to researchers the gaps in our collection, the poor OCR, poor segmentation, what's not digitised, how long it takes to digitise something, how many people are involved in digitisation, things like copyright, how we worked with mixed right collections, where for some material it was out of copyright, some early 20th century material was in copyright or was an orphan work in that we didn't know and couldn't determine at scale where copyright might lie. We did a lot of work on infrastructure, a lot of work around the kind of workflows for thinking about collections, and also some thinking about whose responsibility it is to prepare data for use and analysis. So as a library, we have a sense of like where we think cleaning data becomes part of the research process, and having to explain that to researchers who just wanted to be given like a nice, neat package of beautifully prepared material. And we're like, well, actually, that's your job too. You know, it's always been a cliche in data science or information visualization or data analysis. 80% of the work is preparing the data. 20% of the work is actually doing the nice, shiny things. So making sure that that understanding carries through into the AI era was a kind of a good lesson for us as well. We've integrated a lot of the outputs, the case studies, the stories into our training program and into external talks like this. It definitely helped increase AI literacy amongst our staff, or machine learning literacy amongst our staff, and it has fed into our thinking about the strategy and our thinking about ethics and those kind of daily conversations, and particularly at points where I had a conversation with a computer scientist early on, and I said, we need like some ethical principles. And he was like, why? I was like, what do you mean, why? He was like, well, everybody's dead. And I was like, yeah, but we still have a responsibility to represent those lives in as accurate a way as possible. And if there are biases in the machine learning tools that come from a 21st century Silicon Valley focus, we need to be mindful of that. He still wasn't very convinced, but we're the library, so we went with the values. And we were able to publish a lot of data sets. We documented them with data papers, so they're publications about a data set that help explain how it came into being, give some examples of use, alongside traditional documentation of data sets, which academics never ever want to spend the time to do. And in some ways that's fair enough because they want to get onto the next thing, but if you don't do that, then your data set won't be as used and it won't be as cited. So talking about the citation value and how if they spend that time documenting things, their material will be more cited is a really convincing path for people to go down. So we have a lot of data sets and tools and code that can be reused and will hopefully enable future AI projects. But of course, the same challenges, these challenges aren't new. I've been talking about these challenges for decades now, I think. The fact that historical data is often messy, it's incomplete, it's inconsistent. It wasn't created in the modern era. We're working with catalogue entries that in some cases are hundreds of years old. Different standards were used, different language was used. The commercial tools that we have might be not as appropriate for things that aren't 21st century, that are from different regions of the world. So we really need to be aware and try and audit the biases. We can't necessarily mitigate them all, but we can make people aware of the biases so that they're aware of the gaps. I mostly work with pre-20th century material, but my colleagues work with web archives, emerging formats in fiction, interactive fiction, all kinds of things, sound and moving image. They're really complicated because of copyright access and thinking about, for us as a legal deposit library, what on-premises access means and whether a researcher is a third party and just those kind of boring but really necessary complications around copyright and orphan works and licensing, because we're also very mindful of the impact of generative AI on creators. So we don't want musicians to be done out of gigs because someone else can generate things. We don't want authors who are really important users of the library to feel that we're enabling their disenfranchisement or the devaluing of their profession in any way. So we're always walking that balance. But doing or procuring AI or machine learning requires infrastructure and skill. So again, that literacy in terms of buying software or services that are going to be appropriate for the uses that you want to put things to. But I think also we don't yet have the models or the architecture that we really deserve. So large language models are amazing. They can do lots of things. There's lots of things they can't do. They can't do the truth. They'll make up references. They're not designed to do a lot of the things that libraries want tools to do. We value accuracy, we value precision, we value recall. We have a nuanced understanding of how to manage information that these tools don't quite have. So we want models that will see the world as fully as it should be seen. And I think the fact that at the moment we just know that there's errors in machine learning outputs, but we don't know where they are, means that it's a little bit like asking a 5-year-old about their day. Like, it might be a very straightforward account of what they had for lunch at school, but dinosaurs might appear in the story at some point, and you can't quite trust anything that they do. So it's fun, it's creative, but it's not reliable at the moment. And I think importantly, for someone working with special collections a lot in rare books, AI will give you the most common answer. And again, we see this in people using AI-generated text. It's like, it's blah, it's, you know, it's sort of informative and it gives you a summary of things, but it's not the most interesting, it's not a creative take, it's not a unique take. We heard about this, the importance of human creativity, and you know, AI can't do that. And it also can't recognise aspects that a specialist, an expert human looking at something will recognise when looking at a collection. And we don't want to lose that. We want people to look at collections. That's the whole point of them. And on a really boring note, enriched metadata that you get from these systems, all these place names, people, dates, whatever, doesn't fit into the catalogue systems that we have. Maybe there's hope for Koha users and systems. But as we recover, in particular, from the ransomware attack, we are a long way from being able to deal with these different levels of scale and granularity, and the fact that we can say things about the tiny, tiny, tiny region of a page and about a data set, neither of which our catalogue knows about. It just knows about the thing that you can order into the reading room. So just to close, I think it's really important to test AI projects against your values. So your values might be environmental, they might be about spending public money wisely, they might be about respecting the rights of creators, they might be about respecting the human lives represented in your collections, they might be about respecting the human creativity that went into creating these collections. There might be different harms for different groups, so we're mindful of the care principles alongside the fair principles. Like maybe it's not appropriate for every collection to be online. Maybe we need to consult with source communities about the implications of putting their precious materials online. As a library, retaining public trust is one of our key functions. It's not in our mission or in our kind of values, but libraries are one of the few trusted public institutions left in the world, and we want to really retain that trust. And on a really boring note, I think it's important to have a shared understanding of how you will know if a project is successful before you start it, and do that work of really teasing out and having those hard conversations, because otherwise you might get to the end and someone's happy because they've done AI and everyone else is unhappy because it's giving out nonsense. So having a shared definition of success is important. And I'm hoping that everyone here is learning today, and it's been wonderful to see this sense of almost a reunion as people come back in person and start these conversations again. IFLA and other library organisations have a lot of material for sharing. The AI for LAM community is a really generous, welcoming community. Like, it can go from super nerdy to super newbie, but they have lots of community calls around different topics, and the community calls are available on YouTube afterwards. There's a fantastic Futures Conference at the British Library in London next year, and there's also the Collections as Data movement, which specifically for libraries is really helping people think through the implications of that switch in how we think about our collections and collections management information. So I'll just say thank you for listening, and I'd be glad to take any questions and hear your comments throughout the day.
So, thank you, Mia, for the presentation and the interesting speech. Have you maybe questions? Yes?
Good morning, and thank you for a very exciting presentation. You're into everything there at the British Library. I have a question that is not so technical. I was wondering, what would you advise a young librarian who just graduated from library school or whatever? What should they emphasize on? What should they specialize on? What should they study next in order to be able to survive in this AI library world nowadays? Thank you.
That's an excellent question, the kind of thing that keeps me up at night. Like, how do you advise kids to think about a career when we just know that everything is going to change, but not how? I think the information literacy, the data literacy that trained librarians and archivists have is incredibly important. It means that people are adaptable because they've got structured ways of thinking about how to break down a task, how information might move in and out of systems, and that kind of workflow thinking and computational thinking, working on that can be incredibly important. And I think another thing that librarians can do is translate. You might work with computer scientists or software engineers. You might work with reference specialists, and to be the person who can understand and translate concepts and definitions between those worlds, and even translating the epistemologies that inform how people think, you know, truth. Computer scientists are like, this is true, not true. Humanities people are like, the truth is a spectrum and it depends on a lot of different things. Being the person who can mediate those conversations is a really important role that for the moment isn't going to go away. But I think just getting experience with as many different systems, as many different contexts as possible to help people navigate the changes that are coming is probably where I would focus.
And do we have a second question?
Thank you very much for your fascinating talk. I feel a bit outdated thinking of how I did research as a student many years ago. So my question is, how do you enable people, users, to find the right tools? Because I see there is an increasing number of tools, and who is able, let's say, to know all this as a researcher? So I think maybe you offer certain introduction courses, or maybe young people are already aware of many things, but people like me probably not. So what is your approach, let's say?
Yeah, that's another great question. And I think actually young people might know tools, but they don't have that understanding of how data comes together, because everything is in an app. So they don't get to see the ins and the outs of how things move. I think we're doing a lot of work with AI literacy and holding debates on like specific topics to do with AI, like AI in libraries, creativity, publishing, music, to be a space where people can come and learn. And then through the library runs business and innovation centres across the country. They have a lot of talks for entrepreneurs, small business owners, for people to understand at that level what AI might mean for them. So I think hosting or attending conversations and being mindful of which voices you listen to. There's a lot of material online for the picking. A lot of the hype stuff that comes out of Silicon Valley, people who are already trillionaires and want to be even richer, versus maybe some of the AI for LAM, IFLA, CERN, Searle, LIBA. We're working on resources for digital scholarship for LIBA to help point people to the good resources that are available online. So I guess in some ways using the skills that librarians have in good information seeking and recommending things, because there's so much information online, which is amazing, but also a bit overwhelming. So picking just a few succinct resources to share with people, and trying tools out is kind of a really good way, and trying them with something that you know quite well so you can judge what it does really well and what it does sort of more poorly. But yeah, it does take time. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Georgia Angelaki. I'm from the National Documentation Center. I also serve on the Urbana Foundation Board, Advisory Board. I have a question for both of you, and excuse me if my question is a bit fuzzy. I'm trying still to kind of formulate it in my mind. And first of all, thank you so much for both your amazing talks. So, libraries as well as museums and archives of the past 10 years, they have been opening up their collections, and there has been a huge open access, open GLAM movement. So, my question is basically, because you have a lot of tech companies, and you talked a lot about this relationship with the vendors, and you also you know, kind of, I think, stress the importance of doing these projects in-house so that you have the control, the knowledge is built in-house, so you learn through the projects as well, probably through failing sometimes, it's important, I guess. And what happens when these collections are openly available, and then you have tech companies using this content, coming back with products, but also seeing uses of your content that you're not, may not be sold to you as products, but they may be sold to someone else, or they you know, there are uses outside of the library that may happen that you don't have control of. And we saw from your presentation that library data is often very messy. So, you know, there's a lot of caveats as to who, you know, the quality of this data and how it's published and these kind of things. So, basically, you know, there are a lot of questions that arise from this general thought. But I was wondering, first of all, if there's a backtracking as to opening up the collections, as to publishing them openly, if there have been voices from inside the library or from rights holders that, you know, we don't want our collections, our material to be used in contexts that we can't control or don't know where they're used and these kind of things. And also, I mean, this is a little bit fuzzy in my mind, but you know, there is this talk about the big tech companies also strengthening their dominant position as well, out of making creating value out of these collections. So I was wondering for your thoughts on this very broad, anyway, thought. Maybe I will start with Mia, but then I'd like your answer as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we in some ways, it's easy to answer because we don't publish material that is in copyright or has an authorship claim on it. We had a lot of tech companies approaching us because they're like, oh, a library just has lots of stuff. If they want that material, they have to talk to the publishers. And, you know, it's been an issue for publishers and for authors and other creators that they might not want that data used to train machine learning models, but their publishers, and it's happened to me, their publishers are doing deals so they don't have a say. But it's not a decision that we're making, and we try and have a level playing field. So we have put some resources on Hugging Face so that other people can use them. If it's open to everyone. We don't do special deals for people.
Difficult questions. It's a question of disintermediation. Disintermediation means what is the future of the library in all, no? If we have all this open access. If you imagine we have Spotify for scientific information, what's our job then? Because we have the movement of open access. We live in Germany, open science, open data, open source, all is open, openness and all. And so we produce a lot of platforms, open access, for example, by Creative Commons like CC BY, CC 0 and so on, and means in the future, what's our job then? I think now we have the step to do to make more open and to improve the world, to improve the society. This is, I think, our label that we come together then. And what comes after? But the question is very important that we need more technical knowledge. We need more awareness about also the things behind the solutions. And we live in Germany, a lot of cooperations between professors or the faculties and the library work. So it's not, we have not the British library, we are only 7 persons in all, or full-time equivalent, not a lot, but we have a lot of bridges to our professors, to the study careers and so on, and we produce together with students solutions for the future, also for this as customers and clients, and that's our solution that we have. But really, it's Spotify for scientific information could be a wonderful idea, no? For your economic market. Why not? It's a question of economic value in the future, of course.
I think I would also just say that one area where we're very mindful is things like oral histories, which we had put online some, but the fact that you can now transcribe automatically speech to text means that people might go searching through oral histories, for example, in a way that hadn't been anticipated. So we're having a lot of conversations about how these technologies make things possible at scale that were previously sort of quite manual. But on the other hand, we could also look at using these technologies to do sensitivity reviews and make sure that anything that might be personally complicated is redacted. So it goes both ways. But it does mean that things that were possible, but you might have needed a lot of people to do it, that shift has changed how we think about some of our open resources.
So, okay, thank you very much, Mia. Thank you very much, Frank. I think it's time for a coffee break, or not? Yes. So the coffee break takes place at the foyer in the entrance of the Goethe-Institut, and the second session begins at 12:15. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Please proceed to your seats. Okay, we're 20 minutes late. We'll start right away. I would like to invite to the panel Mr. William Jensen Mongeroy. I promise that I will try to pronounce his name well, in the best way I could. So William is a senior executive officer and head of physical and electronic acquisitions at the University of Bergen Library. Originally educated as a historian and political scientist, he describes himself as a librarian by chance, as noted in his CV. However, his passion for improving access to library collections has been a driving force throughout his career, apparently. So William will guide us through Norway's exploration of possibilities and attitudes towards AI-based cataloging work, focusing on the project The Artificial Librarian, which he has also co-initiated. William, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The pronunciation was pretty good. Good job. And thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm going to share some of our experiences with this project called the Artificial Librarian. And this is a project that ran from 2023 until this summer of 24. So I'm going to present some of our findings and some of our experiences from this project. So, oh no. So in the spring of 2023, the University Library of Bergen was granted development funds from the National Library of Norway. That's an initiative is given out once a year for projects in library development. And we ended up making this project, the Artificial Librarian, opportunities and attitudes related to AI-based cataloging work. The background for starting this project was back when, I think Christmas 2023, when ChatGPT erupted and AI was all everyone was talking about. We kind of missed hearing about how those of us who catalog can use this technology in our daily work. So the first question we had about ChatGPT was, it's pretty cool, but can you catalog a book? And therefore we wanted to start this. We also wanted to find out if this was something that we were the only ones who were interested in, or if our library colleagues also could have an interest. So one-year project was completed in the summer. This is the University of Bergen. It has around 20,000 students and 4,200 staff. Mid-sized European university, and it's in the most beautiful city in the world, which is Bergen. The university library has 7 faculty libraries and about 120 staff. This is the project group that we have been working with. We have me and Karina, who is actually the project leader. I'm just a member. And we have 2 other representatives in the steering group, Marion and Alan. We are all coming from the same section of the library, which is what we call it in English, the section for acquisitions and systems, which means that we have control over the catalog, we have the library systems, and we have acquisition of new material. So we thought that we had quite a good chance to do something and implement something in our daily work. Activities. We focus on 4 areas in this project, and that's roughly the order of in which it would be presented. First off, there is what we call skill development, which first and foremost is about our own development of skills. because no one in this project group had any kind of prior knowledge about artificial intelligence when we started. We've been doing a lot of reading and going to about a webinar a week. There's one every day, AI webinars. We also organized a workshop, which I'm not going to talk about, but it was very fun organizing a workshop about AI with our library colleagues and getting everyone to think more in AI terms in the bibliographic record. We also invited ourselves to the National Library and to the University in Oslo to talk a bit about AI. We sent out an attitude survey and a follow-up survey on artificial intelligence in cataloging, and this was aimed at library staff in academic and research libraries with some participants from the public sector, the public libraries, not the public sector. I will talk a bit more about that later. We also spent quite a bit of time exploring different tools. We think that the AI landscape is quite large and it can be a little overwhelming. And it was very important for us to clarify which tools and technologies might be relevant for us when we were focusing on cataloging work. So we identified some technologies and projects with potential for this, such as Meteor from the National Library of Norway. And we found some larger projects in the national libraries of Belgium and Netherlands and Germany. And we also identified some tools for subject heading, assignment, and classification. Lastly, I will try to wrap things up. We found some thoughts about where we suggest focusing on moving forward. So firstly, it's the attitude survey. In August of last year, we conducted this, and the goal of the survey was to gain a better understanding of the attitudes of library staff in Norway towards artificial intelligence. So the target group that we had was primarily library staff with cataloging tasks, but everyone was invited to participate. With the help of this survey, we wanted to get an impression of the interest for further projects on artificial intelligence among our colleagues, and more specifically, cataloging work. And since this is a quite rapidly changing field, and we enjoyed it the first time, we sent out a follow-up survey in April of 2024. I think both surveys received quite a bit of many responses. The 2023 survey had 233 respondents, and the 2024 one had 193 respondents, which might not be very much on an international scale, but Norway is a pretty small country, and this is a good chunk of the cataloging librarians we have. So yeah, we had most responses from librarians in academic and research libraries, and someone from public libraries, and some responses from archives and school libraries and so on. I'm going to present a small excerpts of these results, and I'm trying to write a full report on it at some point. I promised everyone I would do it this year, but maybe next year. So this is the first slide. It addresses this statement that I have good knowledge of artificial intelligence. And here the respondents were asked to indicate whether they were agreed or disagreed with this statement. So in 2023, we had about 70% of the participants who indicated that they had good knowledge of AI. And roughly 6-7 months later, in the follow-up, we have a bit more, 6% more. In slide 2, I think artificial intelligence can be a useful tool in my workday. Also here we have an overwhelming majority agreeing with this statement. Only 11.4% negative. And this enthusiasm kind of goes further into the next question, which is I want to learn more about AI. This is the April one from this year. What we found especially interesting here was that we also gauged the number of years the respondents had been working in the library sector. As you can see, there is still a very high level of enthusiasm for library staff who has worked over 20 years. Almost as high as the newly finished educated ones. Yeah. Only about 9% is disagreeing. But there is also another part of the enthusiasm, which is the worries and the fears, which we also need to take seriously. I am worried that artificial intelligence will take over my tasks in the future. We have about 26 to 27% of the respondents stating that they have worries about being replaced by AI. Here it also differentiated between the Norwegian research, academic and research libraries and the public libraries, where the public libraries have a little bit higher amount of worries. Have you been offered further education about artificial intelligence in your workplace is the full question. Here also we can see a big shift between August of 23 and April of 24. Whereas the first one, we had the majority saying that they had not been offered any kind of further education on AI. Then it has switched a bit in April of 24. And now a majority of people say that they have received offers of furthering their education. So we are very happy to see that development. That happened in about half a year. Hopefully this will continue to rise in the future. This might be a little incomprehensible for everyone else than me and Patrick. This is a free text area that we put in where people could write in what they thought would be the areas that would most benefit from artificial intelligence in the future. If you can see the big emneord, that is subject headings, classification, automatisering, might be automatization, and katalogisering, cataloging. So people were pretty uniform in the things that they thought would be good areas to try something with artificial intelligence. So the takeaways we got from this, well, first of all, we saw that there was a great interest in artificial intelligence among library staff in Norway. People are very interested in learning more, and people are very interested in exploring how AI can be used as a tool in their workday. We can also see that the interest was pretty consistent throughout all age groups. It's not that the younger people are more interested than the older ones. Everyone is interested in learning how to utilize this as a tool. And we can also, we try to say controversially that skill development and further education is beneficial. We really think that there is the level of people who report that they have good knowledge about AI rises pretty steadily with the percentage that reported having further education. We think that's a good development. Okay, so as I mentioned, early on in this project, we decided to follow, no, I didn't mention that. We decided early on in the project to follow two tracks when identifying and exploring various tools and services related to cataloging. The first one was to find out how we can use AI intelligence in subject heading classification, where we identified these services here. ANIF, which has been talked a bit about earlier. We tried chatbots, GPT-4, and we tried Mesh on Demand. It was important for us that we could test tools that were already available on the market. And we needed it to be easy to use without requiring installation, configuration, or specific expertise. We wanted to see some tools that everyone can use from the start. For descriptive cataloging, we investigated something called Meteor, which is an automatic text extraction and cataloging project from the National Library of Norway. And we also explored some pretty interesting projects with the National Library of Belgium and Netherlands, where they utilized Microsoft's Power Platform and Power Automate to have a streamlined cataloging flow from scanning a book to getting it fully cataloged with subject headings. It's linked to ANIF. To have something more concrete to take away from the project, we wanted to have something we could use right now. We also spent quite a bit of time developing our own normalization rules in our library system, which is Ex Libris Alma. I'm going to show how that works as well. Okay, first, subject classification. We tested Mesh on Demand, GPT-4, and ANIF, and we tested this for use with Humor, which is the Norwegian subject vocabulary, and with mesh terms. We also had quite an easy test that we tried, where we compared the suggestions that we got from these services associated with the records in the catalog. So what we did was we put in the 245 field and the 520 field from a bibliographic mark record. And we compared the different services to what had already been assigned by a librarian. It was not a very advanced test because we didn't have resources to develop a gold standard for subject headings, which one could do. But we got some nice circles with colors. So I think the experiment was very fun. So here's a presentation of some of these results. We have an approximate distribution of how similar the suggestions are that we got out of the different services. Like ANIF, we have the green ones. They are exactly the same as the librarian had previously assigned. And the yellow ones, they are similar. And the blue are different suggestions that were not in the original post at all. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they were bad suggestions, just that they weren't put there from a librarian from before. When we tried doing this with GPT-4 and ChatGPT, we also had to put in the category of hallucinations, which had just no relation to the subject at all. But still fun. Mesh on Demand is a little bit different. That's a service from the National Library of Medicine. And they have quite a lot of suggestions and quite a lot of different ones than we use. But concluding this, what we figured out was that there is absolutely potential here. And we really want to experiment further with these services for us work tools and suggestions for subject heading classification, not to take everything for what's the word? Granted? No. To be the truth. So the second direction we wanted to explore was how we could get artificial intelligence and automation to simplify descriptive cataloging, especially the cataloging of imported records, which is what we mostly use in Norway. So by imported records, we mean records that are imported from external catalogs into our system, such as from the Library of Congress and the British Library up until recently. I hope they are back soon. In these cases, we don't need to catalog the resource from scratch, but we just need to exchange some of the information to adhere with Norwegian cataloging rules. So what we landed on here was testing the extended use of normalization rules in ALMA. These are a feature that allows us to transform data based on pretty simple programming language. So in this project, we developed a large set of normalization rules that automate what we call minor work, just a small fixes when dealing with the imported records, such as translating certain words or phrases, or removing specific fields or subfields that we don't need. To illustrate this a bit, this is a typical 300 field. So in this case, the cataloger in Norway would like to translate pages and illustrations to sida og illustrasjoner. In Greece, you probably won't call it that. But this system works, can be fixed to work with every language. So with the normalization rules here, the cataloger can press a button in the system that activates a series of changes across the different fields in the record, like including the 300 field. If something is like this, do that, which is it's a couple of hundred pages, these normalization rules, and we are now using it to streamline our cataloging operation. It translates the whole record with a click. So we can confidently say that the use of normalization rules has streamlined and simplified our work in cataloging import records. Other libraries in Norway have also started adopting these rules as a part of their routine. And if you go to that, there's a link to the GitHub. I haven't tried it today. Hopefully it works. Here you can find all the rules open. And if people want to configure it to other languages, for example Greek, they can absolutely be done as well. Okay, so the way forward. After the project, we tried to conclude a bit and figure out some thoughts about the way forward that we would like to share. And I think we can summarize it in 3 points, which is further education, simple experimentation, and collaboration. So based on the attitude survey, we saw it that we believe that further education is pretty essential. And we saw in the surveys that we have a progress that is heading in the right direction, but there is still a lot of work to be done with furthering the competence across the libraries. It also revealed that there was a very strong interest to specifically learn more about using AI as a tool in day-to-day operations, day-to-day work. And that's something we also want to emphasize, that we want practical further education about how to use artificial intelligence in everyday work and how to use it safely and ethically. We all believe that there is technologies here that can streamline pretty much all the tasks that are involved in normal cataloging in libraries. And we need to believe that further education is a key to ensuring that the library staff are as well prepared as possible for that future. We believe that there is technologies here that can streamline pretty much all the tasks that are involved in normal cataloging in libraries. And we need to believe that further education is a key to ensuring that the library staff are as well prepared as possible for that future. The second one is that once we have improved our knowledge of artificial intelligence and automation, we envision very simple experimentation with the various tools and services available. We encourage all our colleagues to stay curious and experiment and think creatively. We have learned from this project that you do not need to be an AI expert to experiment and have opinions about AI. We surely are not in this project. So I think we will need everyone's opinions to find the correct way to go forward. And since we are not the ultimate experts in how to use AI in cataloging, or how to move forward with the area, so we have a lot of now experience with visiting other libraries, going to conferences in Canada, speaking with people. And it's just that everyone faces the same challenges and everyone has the same needs forward. So we think that the best way forward is through collaboration. And so conferences like this one is very important. That's it.
Thank you, William. Thank you very much. I think this was extremely important to see how you can start small and build on that. So it's very useful because the previous presentations gave us so many options. It's a little bit easy to get lost in all these opportunities, but think that you can start from using tools that are you already use or that are free or easy to get access to, and start with small questions. I think also Mia hinted at that earlier, is very, very useful. Let me open the floor to questions. Are there questions from the audience? Unfortunately, I don't have access to the online chat right now. I don't know if we have any questions from the online audience as well. Are there questions? Already? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting setting. I would like to ask you, based on your experience in the project, the people that originally said, this 70%, that I have good knowledge of AI, did they get a chance to actually delve deeper? So it's about, or perhaps was there an AI expert in the team somehow to be able also to measure, because this is the subjective opinion. It's, as if I'm saying, I know about libraries, right? But I don't really. So, because I would be very interested to see what was this addition beyond the percent that actually changed their understanding of AI. If you have some qualitative, let's say, understanding of what changed after the discussions, the workshops, and all this.
Yeah, good question. Well, we had a lot of data, absolutely. Not everything is in there. We can see that, like the 7% that went up from over the 6 months, we saw that, well, especially the people learning more about AI, like the question of have you had the possibility to further education in artificial intelligence? We saw a very big shift, especially among the public library sector in Norway, where they were on 30%, and they went up to about 50 or 60%. That also could be a part to sway some of the people who then can say that they have the knowledge required to say that they are pretty certain that they can say that they have good knowledge of AI.
Can I ask a question as well? What motivated you to do this survey on the attitudes of librarians? And how did you actually use this information? Because you didn't ask them about or you didn't mention that you asked them about what tools they're specifically using, for example, but you asked them how they feel about it. So what was your drive to ask this question?
I think the drive was from the start that we had envisioned a very large project that was supposed to come down the road. But before you start tearing up, working on such a big project, it was good to know that the people, our colleagues, were interested and that they wanted to receive this information. We also were just curious that, in how people actually feel about AI, how the fears are, the worries. Loads of motivations, really.
No, it's important, I think. But can I ask you another question, if I'm not taking too much time from the audience? So it seems that you did this survey, like it was your own initiative, and you. I wonder basically if on a national level, because also I think Frank mentioned this before, the need for having orchestrating bodies around these topics, also with regards to skill development, but also developing tools or informing about available tools. So networks are very important. You also mentioned the collaboration, how important it is. So how is this going in Norway? How is the collaboration side going in Norway?
Yeah, a good question. We have the National Library of Norway. They have quite impressive operations. They have the AI lab. They're very involved in the AI for LAM community, and they have all kinds of projects going on. What we found in this project was that, the tool that they had developed for automated cataloging, which were kept quite secret by them at that point. But there is collaboration between us and the National Library now, and we really wanted to get them to share more of the tools, their internal tools, with the rest of the Norwegian research libraries, which we thought was important, that everyone had the same had the opportunity to use it, and not just at the top. There is also a collaboration now going on between the National Library of Norway and Finland, where they try to merge together the subject heading automatization from ANIF and the descriptive cataloging from Meteor. Hopefully that will lead to something. It can be interesting.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience? Sorry, I'm missing
Hi, thanks for the interesting talk, William. As someone with some knowledge of the Norwegian library sector as well, it seems very high. The number of people who respond that they know AI. Do you think that there's some sort of like Dunning-Kruger effect, that they know a bit about it, so they think that they know more about it than they do, or do you think that they actually have a good understanding of it, or do you think that they've heard about it in news, for instance?
Well, I can say that I think there is a bit of a bias in the survey, because it's a bigger chance that people report that they have good knowledge of AI if they want to respond to a survey about artificial intelligence. Probably most of the people who would say no, they won't click on the link at all. But still, we had quite a high number of cataloging librarians in the survey. So we felt confident that we could use it to, well, at least get a broad overview over how the situation is right now.
Any other question? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much, William. And we move to our second speaker, Dr. George Giannakopoulos. George is an AI researcher at the National Center for Scientific Research, Demokritos, in Greece, with over 20 years of experience in international and national AI research and innovation projects, as well as numerous industry collaborations. He's also the co-founder and CEO of Sci-Fi, a multi-award-winning non-profit focused on applying AI for social good. An accomplished author and speaker, George has published widely on AI and its applications across various disciplines. He is the author of AI, A Subtle Demystification. His presentation is titled Artificial Intelligence and Libraries, a Virtuous Cycle, and he will help us shape a more pragmatic approach to what AI can do for libraries. George, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here because typically we tend to learn when we only interact. So it's an amazing place to learn, and I would like to thank the previous speakers because you feel at home when it appears as if everyone else before you actually led to your presentation. So more or less it's like this. And there is also a challenge here. I will actually rephrase my presentation. So I will change things on the way based on the things that were heard. And I will use my post-AI notebook here that can suffer an EMP pulse and not get burnt out. So just a couple of small comments. Demokritos there on the left is the biggest public research center, as I said before, in Greece, regarding natural and physical science. So we have, now it's 6 and it's going to 7 institutes. Demokritos counts more than, I think, 500 people, for sure. I think it's 500 actually research personnel and lots of administrative personnel. And I'm part of the Institute of Informatics and Telecommunications, which on its own counts about 300 people, including both research personnel and administrative personnel. So it's a big institute. And Sci-Fi is actually a work of love that started back in 2012. And because research results after the end of research projects are put on a shelf and rot, typically. So we change this. So I will say no more for that. Actually, I have one more comment. Demokritos is a leading institution regarding artificial intelligence. We contribute to the National Committee on Artificial Intelligence, essentially consulting the Prime Minister, my boss, Vagelis Karkaletsis, participates there. We have contributed to the National Strategy on AI, a draft that was created back in 2021. And we have yet to see the final output, but still, I think a couple of days ago, we actually had a first publication regarding a strategy of Greece. And we are also very open, and we'll talk about this later. So let me move on where I should be. Just to set the expectations, we are actually facing the tip of an iceberg, right? And also this presentation cannot do more than that. We'll talk about a little about what AI is and what AI is not, even though previous speakers already initialized this discussion. We would like to understand how AI can support libraries, but also how the vice versa this can happen, how AI can be helped and also by libraries. And this is actually also was hidden or apparent in the previous talks. And the third part is how can we co-create a better AI for tomorrow through libraries? Now, the book with the difficult title I wrote in 2021 about the demystification was meant essentially to simplify things. So I will try to follow the same pattern here. We say that artificial intelligence is the science and technology behind trying to create apparently artificial intelligent systems. There's no need for an AI engineer to actually have, true intelligence, whatever this means, which is a challenge. But just to set things straight, there is no single, unique, global, fully agreed definition of AI. Why? Because it's a dynamic process. Okay? By the way, and this is a very valid comment, in books of artificial, you heard before that machine learning, essentially, AI is a buzzword for machine learning. This is quite true, because artificial intelligence in the books has 17 chapters, 14 to 17. Machine learning is one of the 17 chapters. So just trying to get a grasp of what we do not discuss about AI, please keep this in mind. Okay, quick riddle. Which of the following paintings is human-made? I would like to have a quick poll here. So who of you consider that, I don't know, painting A on the left was human-made? Please, you can raise your hands. Excellent. Thank you, Almost Starry Night. We'll discuss this later. How about B? Okay. Less people, I would say, with a quick count. How about C? Very few people, right? Excellent. Thanks. It's a good thing. All of them were made from an AI. Okay. So what I would like to point out here is why is AI interesting? And it's the following slide. Because it can do things in a manner that we are not certain it's done by an AI. It mimics humans in a very incredible way, based on our previous experience, because as previous speakers said, the next generation says, yeah, of course it does paint. No, we are crazy. We have lost our minds that it can paint things more or less, never seen before, more or less. Now, so why is it interesting? There were some videos here, but it doesn't make sense to play them. On the left, it was a video on YouTube, you can actually look it up, where a music composed by an AI is actually published and shared. I'm already lying because I'm personifying AI. It's not a person. We have the Greek word prosopo. It doesn't mean face. It means the uniqueness of a person. No, an AI is a system. You run it. It's like running a word processor. But it manages to, if we run it appropriately, based on patterns it has seen on our compositions, it can mimic these patterns. Please keep this in mind. It's a broken mirror of humanity, as I say. I will get back to this. The same with the paintings. And there is also some amazing progress regarding self-driving cars on the right. So we have very interesting applications, and lots more, right? If you enter the everyday working life, it changes a lot. And now the big question, how do machines learn? And can they learn by themselves? You cannot imagine the number of times we have to discuss about this. You cannot imagine how many times. So let me get this straight. There are three typical avenues of teaching an AI system. Teaching means actually transferring part of the knowledge about the world that you have to a machine, right? So one is through explicit statements. You share whatever you want it to know. The second is learning by example. This is more about machine learning. Machine learning is learning by example, without explicit discussion of what you want it to learn. And the third is through reward and penalty. Just to exemplify these things, so let's say that I say to the computer, every person loves freedom. I do it in a programmatic way, right? It's a program. This is called a logical program, essentially. So I say, and if you are a math person, for every x, where x belongs to the set of humans, blah, blah, blah. But every person loves freedom. Then I have a second statement, George is a person. And what is interesting is that the computer can combine these two pieces of information, essentially combine them into George loves freedom. So if I ask, does George love freedom? Even though I never explicitly said that, it can combine the things. But it's automation, right? A very interesting automation. This we call reasoning. The interesting part is, okay, but these are, a few statements. What if I need to describe to a computer what a face is? You cannot imagine the number of statements you have to make to say to a computer what all faces are. On average, whatever. Even to describe the eyes, okay, it's something with an eyelid always. What about a patch? What happens? What if I wear glasses? So there are lots of cases where explicit statements are not enough. So let me move forward to the by example approach, where I use on purpose, politically incorrect example here to discuss a little. And I will be very quick. The very true scenario of having an alienologist who actually met with aliens and they tried, he had a notebook, no comments, and he started drawing them and added some symbols, okay? Quite recently, I managed to get it straight in my mind that the one with the arrow is a male and the other is a female, right? So, with a cross. So he said male, female, so on and so forth. But for one alien, he didn't actually assign a label. This is called annotation, by the way. So what do you think? So I would like to think for 5 seconds, and I will ask whether we expect the unknown alien, as if the others were unknown, is male or female. So I would like your thoughts. Who thinks the unknown alien is a male? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, 3, 5, let's say around 10 people. Who thinks the unknown alien is a female? 2, 4, 5. Okay, let's say we have concluded that more or less, based on a vote that's highly uncertain though, more people think that this is a male. Can I ask why? Can anyone answer why? How they got this answer? Please, in the back. Sorry for making your life harder. I think on the back. Thank you. This is fine. I will repeat this to facilitate. So because it has only one eye. Thank you. Welcome to the decision tree algorithm. You actually applied something that the computer does. You broke this down into elements. This, we said, no one said, what do you mean eye? This is an alien. What is this? This might not be the eye, right? We have the same understanding of the word. Keep this in mind. So we broke this down into features. This is called feature engineering. We do it in AI. Based on those features, you generated a set of rules based on the features. And then you said, let me see if my rule stands. And you simply validate it on the data. The amazing thing is that you actually learned from this process. Or you think you learned. We think we learned from this process a truth about the world of the aliens, simply by examining observations and labels. Please keep this in mind. This is what the AI does. Now, let me show how thin this understanding can be. So imagine now that actually there were 100 more nodes that the scientists never had the chance to take. So there are 100 more aliens with other symbols. We have a completely wrong understanding about the basics, only male and female. Let me get another thing about the semantics of the symbols. What if this is a profession you actually have, and not the gender, right? So you understand now why data are critical as to our understanding of the world and how they can bias what a machine will learn regardless of our original intentions. So it will make silly mistakes, okay? The last thing is that, as I said, observation and annotation is enough for you to understand something about the world. Correct or false? This is part of this is what the machine learning typically does. Moving forward, there is this video. As I said, we will not play it. The claim is false, right? I think you're starting to see the pattern. DeepMind AI learned how to walk on its own, says a video. So it has very nice things it says there, and it's all false. This reward and penalty approach is how my wife trains me, more or less. When I do something that she doesn't like, she actually holds a grudge. And, a posteriori, I know I shouldn't have done this. So over time, actually, it's the typical process of social interaction, how we do this. It's very embedded, integrated into our everyday lives. So we try to do the same with machines. We say, play a game of chess, and in the end, I will tell you if you won or not. Originally, it does random movements. But if it plays millions of chess games, because it can, right? So you run it, you just give the rules, and it's a process that it tries things. It goes slowly, from the end result to understand what strategies are most probably winning strategies. So, okay, it's not that clever, is it now? By the way, if we said play chess, but in the end we gave it a false indication of whether it won or not, it would find amazing ways to lose. It has no understanding of the reality of things. So we are behind all 3 types of learning. And when I say, I repeat this is not a person. It has no inner feelings or desire to learn. All these things do not exist. And for us, they are so in print that we consider if I create an AI like a human, this is our expectation, it would have these things. No, it doesn't. It doesn't care to learn. It doesn't care at all about everything. It's a program. Please keep this in mind. So
this is false as a claim. So please share this with others. We have lots of people to battle against and lots of misinformation to battle against. No, they do not learn by themselves. But I've read somewhere, please don't do this. Or come and ask me, and we can discuss about this, okay? And their learning is full of implicit and explicit biases that we humans impose whether we like it or not. And someone will say, yes, but I chat with ChatGPT and it's amazing, right? It has its own opinion. No, it doesn't. So please bear this in mind because it's quite interesting. The main idea behind language models is the following. We tried to model language, like we did previously with Chomsky, whatever, and all the linguistic discussions. So we say, okay, given a series of words, what is a probable next word? That's the idea. It's as if you are playing fill in the blanks with a computer. The computer can examine, you feed this text to the computer, millions of documents. So if you say United States of, it will say America. The power of this statistical study that the computer does is amazing in that if you do the following, if you feed it with frequent questions and answers, if you say, so, what is a human? It will say amazing things because other humans did. But it will never be exactly the same because it's a probabilistic method, so it might change the words, and you say, oh, creativity. No, probability. Okay, more or less it is so, right? So keep this in mind that the phenotype, what we see, appears intelligent, but the essence is not. And of course, just one last comment here, you see we can do the same about poems. It can learn essentially to, if you say, I don't know, give me a poem like whatever, elitist, whoever you want, a poet, and someone has trained it to read some of the specific poet's poems, it will mimic the style by assigning bigger probabilities to words or to patterns that this person used. But if I'm a new poet and I have my unique style, I'm doomed. No one will actually mimic my style until I have so many, let's say, poems out there that actually I become statistically significant. Getting back to the rare and very rare cases and how, if machine learning incorporates it. Just one last thing. How do we evaluate AI? There are several tests. One is the Turing test. This that you have a person and you have a machine and the person behind a curtain. And if the judge cannot understand, cannot discover which of the two is the machine, we say, okay, it's human level performance, right? We cannot tell them apart. It's okay, it's fine. Again, by the phenotype, but what comes out as an interaction. But there are other very Greek tests, as I say, like make me a coffee. You leave a robot outside the room and you say, go, or a house, and you say, go in there and make me a Greek coffee. It's very complex as a process, but we are very accustomed to that, right? So whatever is easy for a person is difficult for a machine. Now, there are cases, though, that we evaluate how it does if it simply helps us. Cataloging, for example, if it's, based on Williams' study, the overlap with what the humans had done is a first indication of whether it does well. So again, you see that in all these cases, the human is the measure, in most cases. There are cases where the human is not the measure, but we can get back to this. So just to remember, AI mimics human intelligence. There are three main avenues of teaching AI. It does not teach itself. Did I say this enough times? I will try to say it more. And there are different ways to evaluate. So one AI system might be rubbish for someone and very interesting or useful for another one. Okay, keep this in mind. Now getting to the actual point of this presentation, having done this introduction, what can AI do for libraries? So it's very interesting because I had to improvise. I also read the survey paper a couple of days ago about what people in the library community have already discussed. And I tried also to improvise. But the idea is that it can help you with an inventory of either online resources, but also books, offline resources, so on and so forth. It can suggest and prioritize item provision, what you should buy next, based on trends, request analysis, historical data. Typically, this time of the year, we have many Christmas novels, so on and so forth. Perhaps if you have a multi-location library, it might allow you to route requests before the actual demand happens and you are not ready for it. So, okay, you have 5 more books, bring me one. Okay? So it might support this proactively, this kind of inventory. And of course, it might be able to do something like dynamic adaptation of maximum, for example, book retainment time. If I lend a book, you lend me a book, whatever, as a library, you might say, this period we have very high demand. Instead of 5 days, we need you to bring it back in 3 days. And this might be, it might suggest things that the librarian or the management person would need to confirm. Always human in the loop. The second aspect, cataloging. Things from metadata field suggestions, right? But even extracting things like table of contents, I think also Mia said about several of these things. And also we had there exist several systems that try to do this. Autocorrection and validation while inputting, and also perhaps computer-assisted book fingerprinting. Like we have some programs where you say, okay, what is this song? You record it. Imagine this, taking a photo and get all the metadata information in a combined manner. And also retrieval of citations, comments, and awards, where a robot, an AI system, will search for the specific book, whether it has some awards, and try to bring in related references. Positioning, how we position things in a library or in a living space, let's say, that is full of books, galleries, whatever, of pictures, so on and so forth. Data-driven positioning. Put these books in the front because they ask it once too often. So you have to go back and bring them, right? To so optimize the space and the positioning of things. Proximity based on related interest. Identify based on browsing routes in your establishment, things, how people move to try to position things that you want perhaps to promote in there, and so on and so forth. And trying to get a little bolder here. So positioning as a narrative. This is the corridor for, I don't know, fairy tales about Greece, right? So try to build a narrative upon this. And also perhaps robot-assisted retrieval and storage in a physical space also. Now, how you can keep engaging with your users. One is, as I said, recommendations. Recommendation systems exist for many years. You mostly leave them, get to know them across, through YouTube, Spotify, whatever. But there are recommendation systems. They have different ways to approach what you try to recommend. Through prior selections of the specific user, from the demographics, let's say, or your expectations from such a person, if you know more information, from your promotion initiatives, from semantically aware similarities between books or resources. Personal aims, imagine someone say, okay, I want to train in artificial intelligence. Give me a pathway through your books that I can do this. And perhaps there is lots of, or answering a specific question. How can I get bibliography and citations to answer a specific essay? But there is also this churn detection and suggestions. When do you expect someone to leave, to stop using the library, and to revive this kind of, let's say, excitement, to make them revisit your library and keep it alive over time? All these things can be helped by artificial intelligence systems. Customer facing, and this is assistance. Real-time dialogue for guidance. Okay, I will say what I feel, and I think it's quite true. The human is, irreplaceable. If they actually want to do their work, we are irreplaceable, like all of us. Because you have a depth of understanding, and that discussion can get really rich. But at least as a minimum, let's say, support, you can have some either floating head, as we saw before, or some other approach to help people guide through a library. Interactive tours, debate-driven suggestion. You can start discussing with the chatbot and say, you might want to read this, building up the experience. AI for living systematic reviews. I want to study what's happening with AI in libraries, something that will be autocomplete with newfound research regarding this, so that I have an updated document and I can revisit this. And perhaps even brainstorming for library initiatives and events. What do you think I should do to approach this audience? Why would it be useful? Because other humans have thought about it and it has met their work. And also knowledge discovery. It's one thing is data, one is information, one is knowledge, and then it's wisdom, right? I should go even for wisdom discovery, but that's a lifetime process. But this trying to extract from books and publications some things like data tables, evidence formulas, or protocols is critical even to industries. We have, through the AHEAD Digital Innovation Hub of Demokritos, we are supporting small, medium enterprises, startups, up to very big organizations, public and private, as to how they will incorporate AI into their setting. So there is a multinational medical company that actually wants to extract protocols or specific things from their own records to facilitate the work of the next people or train new people, right? All these things can be done, and perhaps also automatic summarization. Okay, I think we can help, right? And I'm sure you can think about 1,500 more things that would be even more interesting than that. But what can libraries do for AI? Libraries are a unique treasure. They have an amazing amount of annotated data, as you said, the things that you have already done implicitly or explicitly through cataloging and other things are invaluable for systems to support your own work. But for us, it's also a playground, right? A very interesting application. Huge variety of topic, genres, and styles. So you can train systems to mimic them or to identify them. By the way, authorship attribution, also for historical documents, it can be an application of AI. Inspiration, dialogue, narratives, and knowledge. We can extract this, we can help you extract this from this wealth. There is a rich interaction network. Imagine, who has quoted whom. To identify also cultural trends or this transfer of knowledge over time and space. So it's a unique testing ground also for our methods. And now I would like to close with the following. Libraries as gatekeepers. AI has challenges and risks, and just a few: accountability. If I do something wrong, who's responsible? We induce bias, whether we like it or not, through our algorithms, how they discover things. Did we give the correct data? Does the recommender system only show me things I like, which do not allow me to have this polemos, this discovery of the truth through syzitisi, by the way, the Greek word for conversation, is about searching together. It doesn't mean debate, right, with the connotations. Please keep this in mind. So how do I guide my users? Do I allow him or her to view things that they wouldn't like because they will allow them to have a more global understanding? And also, is everything accessible? And now, hidden risks that I try to point out. How does AI affect our use of language? Do you understand that the main interaction, because from the next generation and on, might be primarily AI systems? The kind of language these systems will use will be a main source of inspiration or not, or flatness for the next generation, or for ourselves. Then, how does it alter our access to and formulation of concepts, language, and thought? And the last, but definitely not least, how does it reflect or not our local culture? I think that in the EU is a great effort. There's a great effort to keep this diversity alive. Okay, these are things that are hit directly by the use of common, fully politically correct and friendly AI systems for chat, for deep subjects. Keep this in mind. So we need to be there as humans. So to close this, as I said, libraries, I believe, can help apply ethics by design to AI systems by guiding data selection for an ethical and appropriate training. We don't know the OpenAI systems or whatever, the Google systems, what were their sources. So there are lots of problems with the truth, with the expression, with everything. They can strive for a vivid, rich language. I think they are keepers also of this cultural aspect, let's say. They can empower rich expression and knowledge sharing by even trying to make AI systems richer in this aspect, but also supporting the humans. And also they are a weird, let's say, gatekeeper, both for the digital and the physical world, regarding a big part of humanity's history. So keep in mind from what we said that humanity is ever present in the artificial intelligence life cycle. Everything we do, as it has been expressed in the things that an AI system would study because I asked it to, essentially because I feed it, are reflected partially and in a skewed manner in AI systems. You know that the first chatbot I think that Microsoft had made was actually very aggressive. Yeah, because we do the same on social media, right? It was trained on our data without cleaning, removing our bad side. So keep this in mind that we're always there. And libraries, for me, constitute keepers of expression, history, and humanity. They can change through their actions and their richness how we use AI and change it tomorrow. So we should be there as libraries to guide those systems. Okay, you should be there. And so I will finish here, and I will have a couple of remarks based on the richness of the previous talks after the questions, if you like. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting, a wealth of information. I will open the floor to questions directly. Yes, yes, of course, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I think that Democritus should task you to get out and share the knowledge, this type of knowledge to layman audiences, and thank you very much for that. My question has to do with your book. How close are we to the demystification of AI? Are we still at the very early stage? Because this is my sense. Or are we have a long way ahead of us?
No. So,
thank you.
Let me put it this way. On the scientific part, let me put it this way. If AI tries to mimic humans, we are as close as we are to demystifying humans. So essentially, the AI discipline is a study of humans, which is crazy, right? You wouldn't say it's a social or anthropological, whatever science, but we end up there. So essentially what happens is that we try to understand more and more how we as humans react and try to mimic individual aspects. We are very far from knowing what a human is, I'll be completely honest, and it's even worse with the AI. Why? Because I think something like 70 or 90%, just giving a, don't believe me, I'm a scientist, right? I can throw numbers crazy. So, but a very big amount of our communication is non-verbal. Do you understand what it means for chatbots? That something like 70% or 90% of the information is thrown away. So keep this in mind that unless we manage to formalize the non-verbal aspect, which is, we cannot do it now, right? It's extremely difficult because it's such a given for most of us, at least, for neurotypical people, that we do not need to do it, ever. So formalizing this to allow a computational system to repeat this is very challenging. I'm just showing one aspect. So to recap, I believe we are very far from understanding how far we can go with AI, but there are fundamental issues about knowing ourselves that make it even more difficult for an AI system to somehow mimic us. So we are far from there. So I will have lots to do for the next years, for sure.
Thank you very much. It was an amazing presentation. I have two questions for you. The first is, you mentioned several learning models, which of course are the way we humans learn. For instance, mimicking is the first way a child learns. So I wanted to ask, do you think that tingling with AI might produce a new learning model for humans or for AI or for both, since we are so common? And if it's so language-based, what happens, as you said, with non-verbal communication or non-verbal languages like sign language and so on? So this is one question. And then, because you mentioned if the information will be accessible for everyone, do we have any examples of AI helping with accessibility issues, and what do we need to feed it so it can be, the result can be accessible for all? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for both questions. Now, about the new models of understanding things. It's quite common that, let's say, that informatics takes inspiration from other domains. For example, and math, and lots of, actually, there is an interaction between sciences, even though we try to not say this, but it's a lot out there, and we need to do it. So concerning new models, imagine that there is an algorithm called the capitalism algorithm for optimization, or ant colony optimization, just to keep this, some things that we actually use, or genetic algorithms. Okay, so we always get the inspiration of how things are done in nature and also in ourselves as we understand them. So if new models will appear, new models of learning may appear, And actually, if you think about it, the current trend based on the chatbot, so we need to perhaps reform part of our education system because with those tools, some things become more or less obsolete, or it's as if, with the first calculator, the first time we had to add things up or multiply, things are changing. So we need to revisit how we learn. Now, concerning exactly how we learn physically, I mean, as humans, we may get ideas about how to learn, but I believe, and I have some evidence from cognitive science, I'm not a cognitive scientist, that we have some inherent mechanisms that are extremely optimized for our, up to now at least, for our lives, how we learn language, we learn extremely quickly, and not with the rates of such a system. So it appears we have inherent properties optimized for a specific interaction in the world. There I don't expect significant improvement, to be honest. But through inspiration, we may create new models of learning, essentially also by utilizing AI systems. Now, concerning accessibility, I will just give an example. There are people who cannot, perhaps there are people, deaf people, right? So they cannot, sometimes they cannot speak clearly because they don't have the full experience, the full system working as it should. So what happens there is that they speak something like I do now, very quickly perhaps, or mumbled, right? There, an AI system, because it doesn't really care about whether this language is the formal one, you might end up understanding their intent to say something from the sounds and transcribe to something that someone else will understand, okay? Or it might, so there are cases you can actually support people through this. Concerning accessibility, there is also the typical, the robotic arm paradigm, right? People who actually lost their arm, but they have the neural synapses up to here, up to the elbow, and you attach an arm, a robotic arm, that reacts to the original signals you gave it. So it learns how this thing would work. So there are very interesting applications of accessibility, but then, just to showcase how critical ethics is everywhere, how much do you want to change the human? And I think it was the Theseus boat. It says how many ports, if you go to every port and you have your ship and it changes part by part, how long does it remain Theseus ship? And for a human, it's much deeper. So we have things to deal with.
Thank you very much. This was great. Well done. I will second what Vasilis said. Democritus needs to take you out there and debunk a lot. I think I'm addressing the little elephant or big elephant in the room. Of course, we know that AI is being understood like many people say, oh, it learns, it does things like this. It comes from sci-fi. There's a whole lot of literature and films and all that. That's where it comes from. And also, there is a lot of philosophical discussion about the use of AI currently, and it's a new chapter in many parts of the philosophy, understanding and trends like ethics or even aesthetics. I think we're going to come to that very soon if we're not there yet. So a quick question. You mentioned something about the non-verbal aspect and the feed, actually. How close do you think we are that this is being included in the AI learning process? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will start. I will keep this in mind just for the non-verbal. Sorry, I'm using my state-of-the-art thing again. Just to have one comment concerning the philosophical part. As I said in Democritus, we actually have a lab. It's called AI Politeia. It's written, dedicated to the ethics part and also Artifact. It's another group that it works on how we infuse values, human values, into AI systems. And it's an amazing endeavor. And there is also the Lyceum project. Apologies for all the titles, but I tried to not put them there. The Lyceum project is a yearly meeting with people, I think also from Cambridge, across the world, that says something like AI and Aristotle. Right? So there is strong interaction, and we try to find our roots, again, a study on humanity, to try to build systems that are more appropriate for us. Now, concerning the non-verbal part, I think we are far from there. Because, for example, if you have artists, I have been in a theater where there was there were 3 people on stage, and one of them was sitting silent on the edge, and you couldn't take their eyes from them, because they actually exhumed with charisma somehow, this kind of capacity to transfer whatever they said, felt, so on and so forth. It's very difficult to study, right? Very difficult for others, before it reaches AI, because if you have formalized it, we'll start working on it. So we are very, very, very far from us applying this, even though we have studied emotion to classify it. But what is lacking from the AI system is this pragmatic knowledge, this everyday and experiential understanding of the world, which is not only about putting 15 cameras and something like ears, you know. It seems that there exists a depth that we cannot really understand now. So as the only way I can think a scientist should answer to such a question, I would say humbly, that we do not know exactly how far we are, but there is still lots of way to go. And just as a side comment for your very kind comments about, you know, putting us out to demystify things. We have trained more than, also primarily in sci-fi, this sci-fi, I mean the Science for You company. We have trained more than 4,000 students on AI. In the Moktos, we have worked with tens of companies, each top-tier, let's say, executives, to demystify AI, understand what they can do, what they cannot, and what they should not, or they wouldn't like to do. And there is actually, we have the AI Pioneers for AI in Greece, a project that has been by UNESCO awarded as one of the top 100 across all the world most promising projects regarding AI. It's exactly doing this. So they have let me loose already, right? So I'm doing my best. And by the way, of course, it's a universal effort to exactly this demystification to set things straight, not only our effort.
Thank you, George. It was a very comprehensive introduction to what AI is.
However, the microphone is not working.
Hello. Yeah.
So,
thanks for the very comprehensive introduction. I do not mean to bring the conversation down, but I would very much appreciate from a person like you who is so comprehensive of this topic that we're talking about now. How, I think I know, but I also think that everybody would gain a lot if you explained how ChatGPT works and why we think it is so clever and why it also makes mistakes. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think coming from you, it would be very helpful to everybody, because this is how, at least to my, my style, it will explain AI and ChatGPT, which more and more people use it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And it's fully understandable that these are one of the, let's say, more challenging things to understand. Let me put it clearly. We do not know the inner workings in detail, because even though they said originally everything will be open, they are trying to close things down, and I will, to avoid causing a ruckus, I would describe why. Because it's a commercial secret. They do not want others to mimic them. But we know the basic methods. By the way, we also use them. Please keep this in mind, that we are on par with those scientists. It's not, they are not, they move around, they leave our universities or whatever universities, and they move to the industry, which is another challenge, by the way. But what happens, as I said before, so I will go quickly back to that. Give me just 1 second. Here we go. So as I said, the main idea is just to, given a series of words, to predict the next word. That's the idea. Or if you remove a word, a system might predict what should be put in there. The interesting part is that from this process, an AI can mimic things like finding synonyms. So it will replace a word with another probable word in that space. It uses this contextual understanding based on probability, mostly. Okay, but is this enough for what we see? No. So there is literally thousands of people training, giving feedback to the system, annotating, as you do in the cataloging process, so that the system, from all the possible different answers to specific questions, it will choose the one most appropriate, based on the human feedback. What does most appropriate mean? It might mean, as I say, politically correct, or acceptable in a specific culture, right? So there is no unique best answer. And you will see this in the systems. So essentially, this is the basis, simply a prediction of appropriate words, of probable words, based on the text we have fed it. Keep this in mind. However, to a certain quality, to a specific level of quality, what you do is you add more and more subsystems, trying to choose the best way to do things, to remove, I don't know, swearing from the sentences, to improve the grammaticality, so on, you know, many things. And also we do lots of annotation again, giving examples of specific types, styles of writing, so that if we say, write this like elitist, it will do. So more or less, it's a huge and ongoing process of providing more and more samples of human texts to improve these dialogue systems. So this is, as I said, the principle, but to achieve this kind of engineering, amazing result that we have on ChatGPT and all the others, there's much more than that there at place. Quality assurance by humans in a big level, to a degree where the system converges to things that are acceptable and good enough. Despite this, it's still we are astonished by how good something's implicitly it learned, how well it learned something implicitly without our explicit effort. But then, and let me go there, just, I will leave it there, I will not say anything. The challenges of large language models are on the left, and where perhaps we should use them is on the right. So it has lots of problems, and we have lots of ways to go.
Okay, we'll take, sorry, the first two questions I saw, because we're already almost a quarter of an hour late. Maybe, okay, it was a third question here, and then after we'll move to the lunch break. No, well, the chat first. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for the presentation. The first is a comment. The alien is a woman. It's clear because the shape. This is the eyes has nothing to do with that.
Based on the color, I suppose.
And the second point is thanks a lot to help to demystify the AI, because we are all the time using metaphors, and the people is hacking to the metaphor, because we are talking about genetic algorithms, we are talking about swarm intelligence, we are talking about robotic process automation, we are talking, people think that. So my question is, what else can we do in order that the people is not holding to the metaphor and is able to understand what is behind?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So one thing we are already doing is trying to create education programs across domains, like the ones that have already been said here. So we're trying to train people on each individual domain in their domain of application, because then it becomes more interesting to understand what's happening. By the way, I have had the honor of training from students of, of high school students, let's say, up to people of 70 years old, and I mean this, right? And one is education. The second is exactly this kind of experimentation with the systems. By the way, for a previous question, plagiarism. How do we deal with this? Let's make sure our students do not want to plagiarize, right? That's the basis of it. So there, as I said, you have to address also different, let's say, inner motives to make sure that you achieve a non-hostile viewpoint of AI. So one thing is to increase the understanding, the second is to have them experiment, and the third is to wait for a generation change. Because essentially what happens, right, we have our fears, but people who are natively acquainted to these things are not afraid. By the way, one more thing, there is an initiative called AI Factories. So the EU is trying to, sorry, two things. The EU tries to build digital innovation hubs to exactly try to apply AI data and other things, technologies, in specific settings as they should. It has the AI Act as a law to back whatever we do, trying to say what things we do not want, based on our previous experience. And it also now initiates AI factories, which would be, let's say, places where people can address to cover their own AI needs. So they ask experts. Now the aim is to go from, to remain in reality and say what we can do now, and remember that our philosophical discussions are largely philosophical and very critical because they give us an understanding of what we want and we do not want to do. But this, as I said, through discussion and co-discovery and co-creation, we will create the AI we want. And that's the only way, I think, forward.
Yes. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I want to ask you something because you mentioned before in your last statement about the plagiarism and the phenomenon of plagiarism, especially for ChatGPT. And I was wondering, since we don't know many things about ChatGPT, I mean, we don't know all the code because it's a commercial secret, and of course we can all understand. So my question is how the systems that are claiming the plagiarism through AI can manage to achieve it, or they just tell it only for marketing reasons?
Okay, so one thing to say is that we cannot, it's difficult for us to understand plagiarism through a ChatGPT or a similar product, whatever. Because of this randomization, it changes words. And the question comes, if you think about it, even in our writings, how much do I reproduce the work of others? I had a professor who said, I actually gave to such a system my original work, and it says, ChatGPT clearly. No, it's not, it's me, right? So, I will say the following. First, we create AI systems that try to detect plagiarism from AI systems. An interesting dipole, let's say, bipole. The second thing we do, and I think for professors this is the way to do it, is understand your students. I've seen text and I say, no, this is not your writing. Okay. The third thing is train the students on how to use it. Diomidis Spinelli is a professor in the University of Athens University of Economy and Business. Actually did this very early. He said, you do use ChatGPT and do the following and report it. And I suggest this. Otherwise, we are hiding behind our fingers, as we say in Greek, right? And the last thing is that concerning the transparency of AI systems, which becomes a necessity in the EU, based on law, I mean, and this spreads to other continents. Yes, we are leading something. We are leading somewhere, right? With the GDPR and the AI Act. We ask for systems that are critical to be transparent. For example, in the Demokritos, there is an initiative which is very important for the Greek setting, that we plan to create a large language model on our own technology and not the one that is out there already, based on text that will be gathered from organizations and that will be open. The licenses will be as they should. We know what's in there. We can verify what's in there. So we have a process essentially put in place to ascertain that we know, we have more or less explainability, or at least we know the source. So all these things are towards trying to mitigate the risk of plagiarism, which will never go away, as it never did, right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George, for helping us demystify AI and hugging the elephant in the room. It's important, I guess. Thank you all for the very lively discussion. I think it was a great panel. Thank you, William, again. And, we now have a lunch break for 45 minutes, I guess. So we reconvene at 2:45. So enjoy your lunch.
Sorry. Sorry for the delay. I think we should start. We are about half an hour late. My name is Vasilis Tsiboukis. I am a member of the Committee for the Support of Libraries, and I'm representing the Public Affairs section of the US Embassy. It's great to have you with us in person and virtually. I know that we have a number of people that are attending virtually this conference. Allow me to say that I'm very excited because this is a comeback of our committee after a few years. We did some virtual programs, but now I'm really delighted that we made it, and I think more events will follow regarding the professional development of Greek librarians, which is our main mission. So without further ado, let me introduce, let's go to the third and last session. And let me introduce Eleni Xanthopoulou, Press and Media Assistant at the Public Diplomacy section at the US Embassy, Athens. Few words about Eleni. Eleni serves as the Press and Media Assistant at the Public Diplomacy section of the US Embassy in Athens. With a strong background in public relations, she manages media relations, monitors press coverage, and provides strategic insights into media trends. She also coordinates press logistics for high-level visits, responds to journalists' inquiries, and supports media aspects during crisis situations. Previously, Eleni held roles in public relations and communications with Ogilvy Greece and Antenna Group, and she's currently pursuing a master's degree in communications and journalism at the Open University in Cyprus. The title of her speech is Empowering Libraries with Artificial Intelligence, Practical Applications for Media and Information Management. Eleni, please.
Thank you, Vasily. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Even though I'm a communication specialist, public speaking is not like something I do all the time, so bear with me. Good afternoon to everyone and to our online participants as well. As Vasily said, I am the Press and Media Assistant at the Public Diplomacy section of the US Embassy in Athens for about the past 3 years now, of which the past 1.5 we're using AI tools in our daily workflow. So today I'm here to discuss with you how AI could significantly change the way you work and specifically enhance the work of libraries, information centers, and researchers, particularly in areas like document management, media processing, and research automation. Before diving into how we're using AI at the US Embassy in Athens, I want to share a helpful perspective. It's a way I'm thinking about AI when I started using it. I want you to think AI as your new intern. Like any intern, it's very eager to help you and has amazing potential, but needs clear guidance, supervision, and training. So what you need to do? You need to provide detailed instructions, check their work regularly, teach them your preferences, and guide them when they make mistakes. Just as you wouldn't throw an intern into complex tasks without direction, AI tools need our expertise and oversight to be truly effective. The difference here is that this intern never gets tired and can process information at remarkable speeds. So what was the challenge at the US Embassy when we started discussing about AI? I think we have many common things with libraries. So in our daily media operations, we were dealing with large volumes of information that needed to be organized, content in multiple languages, mostly Greek and English, that required to be processed, time-sensitive requests needing quick responses, and the need to maintain accuracy while increasing efficiency. So as a communications and public relations specialist, my daily workflow consists a lot of document and long text processing tasks that are also repetitive and time-consuming, like doing manual translations of Greek articles or Greek news. And we spent many hours drafting media summaries that we have to brief our American diplomats. And we also had to do extensive background research for briefings and reports. So the key challenge was the bottleneck effect as well. Time-sensitive tasks like press releases, reports, and social media content often created many delays. I think this sounds familiar to those of you working in libraries or research centers, where the time management is crucial as well. So what we discussed back a year and a half ago is that we wanted to address these challenges, and we identified 4 key areas where AI could make the biggest impact. The first one was on media translation and summarization, which is the heart of our daily operations at the press office. Document processing, like handling lengthy reports and briefings. We wanted to enhance our social media presence by improving our language. And on research automation, like streamlining background information gathering. So let's go through how we've implemented this solution. On the first part, the media processing transformation, we've seen the most dramatic improvements. So the core of our work involves translating, as I mentioned, many articles into English, Greek articles, and summarizing them for briefings. So something that might took us hours before AI to process can now be completed in half the time. And we're using generative AI like ChatGPT, Claude, and also State Department is launching its own AI tools now for the past months. So we can quickly generate high-quality, context-rich summaries that enables our team to focus on strategic tasks instead of labor-intensive translation. So what once took us maybe 3 or 4 hours in the morning, it now takes us half the time, and also allow us to include more enhanced quality and volume context in our daily product. So what we do is we feed the Greek articles into our AI tool, which can be ChatGPT, as I mentioned, or State Department's AI tool, as a direct link or as a text, and then AI generates accurate English summaries while maintains the context. And what we should always be very aware is that we provide detailed instructions like keywords, where we want the AI to focus its summary. And now our role has shifted from translation to quality assurance. I think a very important note here is that, and something we keep discussing internally, is that what we get out of AI, the results that we get, it really depends on the strength of our prompts. So we have worked, and we keep working, it's a long process and it's an evolving process. We are developing prompts and very detailed instructions to give to provide to the AI for our media products, which help us with the quality and efficiency of the products and the results that we get. I was trying to, when I was preparing this presentation, I was trying to find some parallels with the libraries and the work that we do, because I understand that in libraries you also process very lengthy texts and volume of documents. So I think that you can amplify this, the same process for processing new acquisitions, creating multilingual catalog entries, generating resource summaries maybe, and analyzing academic papers and research materials. These are some sectors that I could find maybe potentially helpful. Now, on the document processing and research, so beyond the basic summary and the media work that we do, our daily work has a lot of maybe extracting key points from lengthy policy documents or generating like the first draft for a press release, or maybe we want to correct the press release that the partner has sent to us. We might need to compile media profiles or backgrounds or scenarios for some high-level meetings that the ambassador or other embassy staff has during the next days. We might also need to create language for internal briefing documents or translate various documents like press releases, strategy documents. We might also need to draft speeches for senior staff or the ambassador. So we're using AI to help us with all of these tasks, and this process cuts down the time spent on document preparation and allows us to focus on more complex and creative tasks, like crafting nuanced communication strategies. And I think for libraries, imagine AI tools assisting maybe with cataloging, research, data analysis, or curating resources for specific needs. The real breakthrough here is that we're not just saving times, we're producing better quality work. And I think that just as we process the diplomatic documents, libraries can also use AI for analyzing new publications, creating detailed metadata, generating content summaries, cross-referencing related materials, managing digital archives, creating research guides, developing reading lists maybe, generating resource recommendation, and supporting reference services. Moving on to the third key area that we were implementing AI on the social media. So we've found three key pillars that AI is helping us. The first one is the content creation. So AI helps us generate platform-specific captions very quickly, and it takes one core message and adapts it across various platforms depending on the key audiences or our target audiences as well. And it also can suggest best posting times for maximum engagement. On the accessibility part, we can feed images into AI and it generates alt text, making our content more accessible. It also, AI provides quickly analytics reports, and it can track also the engagement patterns. A very important note, if you're using AI, if you're planning to use it, you will notice that especially for content creation or the more, I could say, something that you want to be more like creative, it can, in general, for the creative content, we think that AI can be very formulaic sometimes, so it's important to take what it produces as a starting point. And then you must be careful not to sound very automated, so we do a lot of editing on this part. And moving on to the last part, I was really trying to find some parallels between our work. And I think that just like public diplomacy, libraries face constant demands for information processing, research support, and knowledge sharing. So in both sectors, the pressure to manage vast amounts of data while maintaining quality and efficiency is ever present. AI can significantly enhance the work of librarians and archivists in several ways. First of all, I think that on the summarization and translation part, just as we've streamlined media translation and summarization with AI, libraries can use similar tools to automate the summarization of lengthy research papers or maybe historical documents, and even translate materials in multiple languages for wider access. The second, on the document categorization and indexing, libraries deal with vast volumes of documents and materials that need to be categorized, indexed, and stored. AI can assist in automating these processes, much like we use it for the briefings and the reports I mentioned before. And it could also help libraries to automatically tag and organize digital resources, making them more accessible and easier to search. I think that AI could be a research assistant as well. Maybe you could implement AI to automate the creation of research reports or provide researchers with more efficient access to relevant materials. For example, AI can help create and recommend journal articles, books, and resources tailored to specific topics, just like we use AI to create journalist profiles and media reports for our use, for the embassy use. And lastly, I think that AI can be used for enhancing the user experience. It could help improve the user experience in libraries by personalizing recommendations and automating queries. Imagine an AI system that help users find books, resources, or articles based on their preferences, interests, or research history. This could significantly improve patron satisfaction and engagement, just like AI's role in enhancing our digital presence. Of course, like everything on this life, AI can have pros and cons. We see a lot of benefits, but we also notice many challenges on the way. On the benefits part, of course, as you realize, we have seen increased efficiency and time saving because AI automates time-consuming tasks like cataloging, summarizing research paper, and data entry, freeing up you librarians to focus on more strategic and complex work. And tools like ChatGPT and Gemini, which are generative AI, can also summarize lengthy documents or academic papers in seconds, which would traditionally take hours for you to read and digest. Also, AI can enhance user experience. It can provide personalized recommendations because it can analyze user behavior to offer tailored recommendations for books, research papers, and other materials. And this can make library system more responsive to patrons' needs, improving satisfaction and engagement. Also, AI can be 24/7 support via AI chatbots like KingBot and other that offer after-hours assistance, enabling libraries to provide continuous support to users regardless of time. This can enhance the accessibility and helps reduce workloads for you, for the staff. It can also improve research and discovery. Libraries can leverage AI tools like Elicit and Cite to quickly identify, evaluate, and summarize peer-reviewed articles, saving research time during the initial phases of their projects. AI can also enhance search engine capabilities within library systems by providing more accurate results based on detailed user preferences, making information retrieval faster and more efficient. And of course, AI can reduce your operational costs. By automating tasks like document summarization, email management, and report generation, libraries can reduce the need for manual labor, potentially lowering the costs of your library and increase the efficiency of your resource management. Moving on to the challenges of the technology, AI technology. As I mentioned before, AI needs a lot of quality control and accuracy. While it can process large volumes of information quickly, it may not always produce accurate or relevant results. For example, like generative AI like ChatGPT have been known to hallucinate or generate incorrect information, which requires human oversight to ensure quality control. Libraries must be vigilant in reviewing AI-generated content, particularly when it's used for tasks like summarizing complex academic papers or legal documents. We have noticed also, not we, I mean researchers, that AI tools, particularly the large language models, can reflect biases present in their data training. These biases could lead to unequal access to information or reinforce stereotypes, posing a challenge to library staff who rely on AI for research or recommendations. AI can also lack of expertise and resistance to change. So something we have noticed also in our work environment is that there is some hesitation at the beginning, but in embracing AI, with some professionals feeling uncertain about how these tools fit into their daily workflow. And also many librarians or many embassy staff may not be well versed in AI technologies or may struggle to understand their applications fully. And this can create a barrier to adoption, especially institutions that are still grappling with more traditional methods of information management. Another concern is that we have noticed is the data privacy. And because AI systems often rely on large data sets to train their models, so in a library setting, there are concerns maybe about how AI tools can handle personal information. And last but not least, the cost of implementation and maintenance. You might be worried of the initial investments because some AI tools require regular updates and maintenance to ensure the way to stay effective and accurate. And it might demand some upfront investment in technology and training. So I understand that not all libraries the smaller ones may not have the financial resources to adopt AI tools. So my advice so far, and what we've learned from our experience with AI, is that quality controls remain essential. AI is a tool. It's not a replacement. Do not be afraid of them. AI can save you time, but it's not a replacement for human oversight. It's crucial to ensure the outputs align with the context and goal of your project. Just like we review AI-generated media summaries, libraries should ensure that AI-curated research or documents meet their quality standards. My advice is to start small, and scale up gradually. You can begin by integrating AI into less complex tasks, and as you gain confidence, expand its use across other areas of your work. For libraries, for example, you can start with cataloging or summarizing tasks and gradually expand to more complex data, analysis, or personalized services. Make sure you do regular training that can give you consistent results. And maintain clear workflows and guidelines, and be very specific on the instructions that you provide. And as we embrace AI technology and tools, it's crucial to maintain perspective. Just remember, it's a system of trade-offs. It has benefits like speed, consistency, and scalability, and it can also has drawbacks. It needs supervision, occasional accuracy checks, and clear boundaries. And always remember, it's a learning journey. The technology keeps evolving as every other technology. And we keep discovering new applications for AI, so please do not feel overwhelmed. Start small and grow gradually. And there's a moment here I'd like to share that AI actually helped me prepare this very presentation during a very busy period with multiple events that demanded attention. I was able to leverage these tools to organize my thoughts, structure the content, and create all these graphs that you saw on my presentation today. All these graphs are AI generated and deliver, hopefully, something valuable to do today. So I think this is a perfect example, live example of how AI can help us manage our workload while maintaining the quality. And always remember, AI isn't replacing your expertise, it's just amplifying it. We're still the ones who understand contexts and the implication of our works and the nuance of our works. So we're just using better tools to do our jobs more effectively. I'm curious about your thoughts and experiences with AI in your jobs. What challenges are you facing that AI might help address?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you very much. I like the lighthouse.
You like the
By the
lighthouse?
way, yes, because you summarize everything there. I mean,
It's
the
AI
main points.
generated.
I know, I heard. Thank you. Thank you for this approach about the practical scope regarding AI in organization and how this can work as a tool. So, curious to hear your questions and to have your feedback. Okay, we have already a question here by Alexandra.
Oh, it's called Napkin. Napkin, it's a site, yeah, it's Napkin. So you provide the context, like written context, and then you get some, so it understands what you're trying to say, if it's like a graph that you want to categorize things, or like, and it gives you different options.
Yes. Please, it's you. Cecilia, you had a question. Yes, please, go ahead. I'm looking for the mic, but I cannot. Do we have the mic? We missed it. We don't.
Normally, when you are introducing this kind of tools, you must buy.
1 minute, sorry, we got it. We have it here. Thank you, Stefan.
Thanks a lot for the presentation, and it was a very good idea to use AI to generate this kind of figures. So what I was asking is, normally when you are introducing a new tool or you are introducing a new technique, the pain point is where to find the early adopters. So who do you think that in libraries can be these early adopters? That's my point.
So who can be,
Who can be the early adopters in a library in order to use the AI tools? So who do you think that is the people that is more prone to use this kind of tools?
Prone.
Okay. Yes. And then from this point of view, because if you are going to a library, it's obvious that not all the people will use this kind of tools. Yes, so you need to find who is the people that will be in your site when you are fighting in this war. So the question is, who do you think that can be in your site if you are trying to use this kind of tools in a library environment?
Okay, I'm not sure that I know all the jobs that a library includes, because I've never worked in a library. So what I've seen in my work environment and what we're doing is that all of us, like every job and every position, is using AI in a different way. And what I'm trying to say to my maybe older, not older by age, but older by the years that work at the embassy and they have maybe specific way of working, is try to find ways to implement AI, because it will save you time. So if there are tasks that you think it's taking you a lot of time to do, you can always examine this aspect. Maybe AI can help me do that. I think, I'm not sure if I answered your questions on who. I think everyone in one way or another.
Okay, I do have a question for you, Eleni.
I think there was another question.
Another question, yeah, sure, please, after you.
Good morning. I am an archivist, so I found myself in those things. Unlike libraries, we use mostly the word description, not so much the word cataloging.
Okay.
In archives, we describe documents and so on, and in a narrative form. we are not accustomed very much in structure forms, at least by now. I'm wondering, given the fact that archives possess a large volume of unstructured descriptions of archives, and we gradually enter them into information systems, have you done a project that takes past, for example, past release presses and so on, and incorporated it to the new system you are building? For example, what I mean is that many archives have descriptions that are just text. Okay. And it would be very useful if AI helped to extract them, for example, in a more structured way. Have you got any such an experience? I don't know if
so I'm trying to understand.
Yes,
you have old descriptions?
Yes, many
archived somewhere?
Narrative, in the narrative form, not structured. Okay.
But it's in a computer, right? It's
yes,
not handwritten. Okay. And you want to extract those?
Is there any means to transform those unstructured descriptions in a structured way, predefined? For example, we use the National Standard for Archival Description that has fields and so on. Have you done such work? Is that something that it is in your experience?
Are there, no, I cannot think of a similar example to our work, but what I can think is, are there specific rules that you can provide to the AI in order to get the result that you want? You can provide specific rules.
Yes.
So if you can provide specific rules, usually you can get the results you want. But keep in mind that it might need a lot of back and forth. It's like the example I mentioned at the beginning. Imagine if you had an intern that wanted to do this job. It would need a lot of training and a lot of instructions and details on how to do it. So I imagine, I'm not sure what you want to do because I don't know the librarians' work, but I imagine that it can be done with a lot of practice, very specific rules and very specific prompts and instructions. And after maybe 2 or 3 months, you will get of providing data, because also AI, the more data you feed into the AI, the more it understands the way you work and the results you wish to take. So my guess is that, yes, you can do that.
With a little work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And maybe we can pose this question also to the roundtable discussion further, later on.
Yeah. I think the thing is to give the right
Maybe
question.
it's too technical. Right.
Sure. Any other questions?
Yeah. Please, the lady over there.
Well, as a user, I'm a little bit skeptical about my research based on AI and its relation with libraries, because I feel sometimes that, as I don't know the algorithms, my research cannot be, the scope of it can be limited. As a user, as a researcher, I need to know that I have a broader horizon when I use the libraries. And if there is any possibility that an algorithm controls what I see, then I should know that. It's too technical for people to know all these algorithms. what's behind it. And if I am to produce a paper which will reflect my own opinions, biased on my own personality, what's the point of doing a research after all? So do you believe that filter bubbles can influence libraries through AI and all the algorithm process, and how users, researchers, students can avoid this?
That's a good question and very technical one. I think we come back to the bias, that there might be bias on AI, and that we must not forget that AI is based on language models and the data that are fed from the companies that own AI. So my suggestion would be to use it as, not to depend on it for research, but maybe for like a complementary tool, but do not depend your research on AI results. You can continue doing research with many different resources, as you would do, and it can help you find more results maybe on a specific topic, or if you're looking for a specific writer or results from a specific maybe region, maybe it can categorize the results rather than giving you all the results that you're looking for. That would be my guess. But again...
Thank you, Eleni. One question for you.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense how long does it take to train the staff in order to use the AI effectively? Do you have any sense, or is it an ongoing process? Or? So
I would say definitely it's an ongoing process, and based on our implementation at the embassy, simple AI tools, I mean generative AI, because there are much more complex and specific tools that you can use in many different jobs. I would say the basic tool familiarity would be some hours, and writing the prompts and feeding the tool the chats, it might take some days. And if you want more advanced application, maybe some weeks. So as I mentioned before, I think the key is to start with simple tasks, building confidence gradually. And we found out, I think, at the embassy that staff who were initially skeptical became more enthusiastic once they saw the time that saved them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eleni. Thank you. So, moving forward, our next speaker, Angeliki Kosmopoulou. Angeliki is a seasoned story strategist and philanthropy advisor with a diverse academic background and extensive expertise in non-profit management, communications, and storytelling. A few more words about Angeliki. Her professional experience spans cultural management, strategic communications, and non-profit leadership. She is the founder of Story Mentor, a non-profit organization that leverages storytelling to raise awareness about social and environmental issues, fostering advocacy and driving meaningful change. She's also the executive director, and being the executive director of Laskaridis Charitable Foundation, she spearheaded initiative focused on marine conservation and reduced plastic pollution, and had a leading role in advancing Greece's national ban on single-use plastics. She has published 2 books and several articles. Her topic today is Libraries at the Intersection, AI and the Future of Narrative. Angeliki, the floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Vasily, thank you very much for the generous introduction. Now, I hope what I share with you is worth the introduction, but let's see. So let me take you out of this room for a second and imagine that you are standing in the heart of Alexandria in the 3rd century before Christ. Scholars, philosophers, and scribes were all gathered in one single place, the Great Library. This was not just a building filled with books. It was the manifestation of a daring attempt to house all the world's knowledge under one roof. Within its walls were epic tales, scientific observations and discoveries, and stories that captured the essence of humanity. This was a project envisioned by Ptolemy I Soter, one of Alexander the Great's generals, and the founder of the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, who initiated the idea of a great library as part of his goal to establish Alexandria as a center of knowledge and culture in the Hellenistic world. In this grand library, people were not just reading. They were debating, translating, and reinterpreting texts. Their work ensured that stories remained alive and they were shaping the future. And in the heart of this process was technology. Now, not the kind of technology that we think of today and we're talking about today, simple things like quills, ink, and papyri. These tools, simple indeed for us, allowed humanity to record its stories and pass them down through time. And now let's make a leap forward about 2 millennia to this day. Libraries, again, stand at a crossroads. The tools of storytelling have evolved dramatically. These days, and you just heard so, or you were reminded so once again by Eleni, machines can curate personalized reading lists, they can restore ancient texts, and even they can generate novels, all at the press of a button. Scary. Now, what is the role of libraries in this new chapter of human history? And how can they continue to be stewards of knowledge while embracing the power of artificial intelligence? To understand this, we first need to reflect on the power of stories. Stories are as old as humanity. Before writing even existed, oral storytelling was our first library. And it was through myths, fables, and histories that people explained their world, passed down wisdom from one generation to the other, and created bonds that held communities together. Then, around 3200 BC, writing changed everything. In Mesopotamia, scribes used cuneiform to scribe clay tablets. These tablets had lists, trade records, and scientific observations in Sumerian. And they also held epics, like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Thus, they were not just ordinary, trivial, like mundane records. They were humanity's first attempts to create literature and preserve its collective memory. In a way, these archives became the first libraries, the earliest libraries, laying the foundation for institutions that would endure through the ages. With time, libraries became more than places to store stories. They evolved into cultural tools, shaping how societies saw themselves and the world around them. And indeed, the most ambitious early example of this was the Library of Alexandria. It brought together the epics of Homer, Egyptian medical texts, and countless other works, weaving oral traditions and written records into a tapestry of human knowledge with a revolutionary vision. The librarians of Alexandria were not just collectors, they were also creators. By translating and interpreting texts, they made sure that these stories could be understood across cultures and across generations. And what they did is that they showcased that storytelling is not static, it is dynamic, constantly shaped by those who engage with it, as readers, as listeners, and as amplifiers. As we move forward in history, the role of libraries continues to evolve. In the medieval period, it was monasteries that became sanctuaries of knowledge. Monks painstakingly copied texts by hand, ensuring the survival of works like Aristotle's Poetics and Virgil's Aeneid. And their labor kept the intellectual heritage of humanity alive in turbulent times. In the 15th century, the invention of the printing press was another major step forward. Thanks to it, stories were no longer confined to the elite. Books could be mass-produced, and libraries expanded their reach, democratizing access to knowledge. By the 17th and 18th centuries, public libraries were emerging, offering stories to anyone who sought them. And fast forward to our days, close to our days, the 20th century, when libraries underwent yet another transformation. Digital technologies like microfilm, online catalogs, and multimedia collections. Some of us, like myself, are old enough to remember a time before all of this, revolutionized the way knowledge was preserved and shared. Libraries became more than physical spaces. They became portals to the vast world of digital narratives. Today, libraries are bridging the gap between analog and digital. They preserve ancient manuscripts, and at the same time, they curate podcasts, films, and even social media archives. They remain keepers of the human story, connecting the past with the present. And to give you an idea, an example of this, let me take you back to a pivotal moment in our very recent shared history, no other than COVID-19 and the pandemic. As physical spaces closed, the role of libraries as hubs for storytelling took on a completely different and new dimension. Libraries quickly adapted, responding to an overwhelming surge in demand for digital collections. E-books, audiobooks, and streaming media became lifelines for communities facing isolation and uncertainty. But libraries did not stop there. Many introduced pickup services, ensuring access to physical books and resources. Others moved all their programs online, hosting virtual story times for children and facilitating book clubs for adults. These efforts kept communities connected, even when physical proximity was not possible. And when libraries reopened, they found that patrons were returning not only for the books, but also for the social interaction and the stories that helped them make sense of these changing times. This adaptability highlights a timeless truth about stories. They are not just entertainment. Stories help us process complexity, navigate uncertainty, and connect with one another. And libraries are the stewards of these stories, and as such, they remain indispensable. So libraries are more than the space to find stories. They're also essential to democracy. By ensuring free and equitable access to information, they help individuals make informed decisions and participate in civic life. They provide a place where ideas can be explored without fear of judgment or bias. And in our digital age, this role is more important than ever. Think about the algorithms shaping our lives. Someone just mentioned this. They determine the news we read, the videos we watch, even the stories that reach us. But these algorithms, driven by the quest for profit in many cases, often create echo chambers that reinforce biases and isolate us from diverse perspectives. Libraries, in contrast, have no commercial agenda. Their mission is to serve the public good, curating collections that reflect a broad spectrum of voices and ideas. And one of their most powerful roles is that of guardians of voices that might otherwise be silenced. The digital age presents new challenges. Most platforms prioritize content that generates clicks, often at the expense of meaningful engagement. This can lead to the silencing of marginalized voices. Libraries, guided by principles of inclusivity and equity, counteract this trend by actively seeking out and preserving stories that reflect the full diversity of human experience. Artificial intelligence has the potential to enhance this mission. It can identify gaps in collections, ensuring that underrepresented narratives are brought to light. But this also comes with risks. If AI systems are trained on biased data sets, they can perpetuate the very inequalities libraries seek to dismantle. And this is why vigilance, ethical oversight, and human intervention are essential as we navigate this terrain. As already mentioned, libraries have always been more than just a repository of books. They are hubs where people come together to learn, share ideas, and grow together. In this increasingly digital world, they remember vital spaces for civic engagement and collective storytelling. Consider the programs that they offer. Public libraries host book clubs where readers connect, discuss literature, and share perspectives. For example, the New York Public Library's Open Book Hour brings together readers from diverse backgrounds to explore and debate ideas. Author talks are another way libraries engage communities around stories. These events offer readers a chance to interact directly with the writers behind the stories they love. In Seattle, for instance, the Seattle Reads program invites the entire city to read and discuss a single book, fostering unity and shared experience across the community. Imagine what this is like the whole community, people from completely different backgrounds, reading one book and commenting on this book. What type of discourse begins with such a prompt? For younger audiences, storytime events inspire a love of reading from a very early age. The Toronto Public Library's Leading to Reading is a program that blends storytelling with literacy-based games and activities, promoting early literacy and strengthening family ties. Libraries also give marginalized communities a platform to share their stories. The Brooklyn Public Library has a program that is termed Our Streets, Our Stories, a very long project that collects oral stories from local residents, preserving the voices of people who might otherwise go unheard. And this initiative shows us how libraries can be catalysts for amplifying local narratives and strengthening community ties. And then, of course, there are technological innovations. At Los Angeles, the Public Library's Virtual Reality Lab allows patrons to explore immersive storytelling experiences. These tools do not only make storytelling more engaging, but they introduce patrons to cutting-edge technologies in a welcoming and inclusive environment. And you know, this takes the fear of technology away step after step. So it initiates us all to the world of technology. Finally, partnerships play a critical role. The San Francisco Public Library's collaboration with StoryCorps records personal stories from the community and archives them at the Library of Congress, preserving these voices for future generations. Such projects highlight how libraries serve as bridges between individuals, their stories, and the collective memory of society. In all these ways, libraries create spaces where people connect through shared narratives, fostering belonging and a sense of purpose. In an increasingly fragmented world, they remain one of the few places where civic engagement thrives, bridging divides and bringing people together through the power of storytelling. AI can support the quest of bridging divides. By analyzing patterns in storytelling, AI tools can help identify universal themes that resonate across different groups. These insights can ensure that library collections continue to foster inclusion and connection. At the same time, AI systems can analyze user preference to offer personalized recommendations, ensuring that patrons discover stories that speak to them, right to them. While the opportunities AI brings to libraries are exciting, its integration is not without challenges. Perhaps the most significant concern is what we term as algorithmic bias. AI systems are only as unbiased as the data they were trained on. So when data sets lack diversity, the results can reinforce stereotypes or exclude marginalized voices. For instance, think of an AI-powered recommendation engine that is trained primarily on Western literature. This might make us unintentionally overlook works of authors that do not belong in non-Western cultures. Sorry, and this is a start. This makes the range of stories that are available to us much narrower, and it comes with a different overarching story. This limits diversity, right, and perpetuates the divides and inequities in storytelling. Libraries also face the challenge of balancing tradition with innovation. AI tools offer transformative possibilities, but an over-reliance on technology risks overshadowing the human connections that make libraries such special places. Storytelling is inherently human, and libraries must ensure that AI complements rather than replaces the personal and interpersonal aspects of their services. And here, librarians themselves play a critical role as curators, advisors, and storytellers, providing a warmth and understanding that obviously no algorithm can replicate. Finally, libraries must grapple with the overwhelming task of preserving digital and ephemeral media. In our world, social media posts, blogs, videos, and other forms of digital expression, even small, everyday, ordinary forms, are significant forms of storytelling, but they're often fleeting. Libraries must decide what to archive and how, ensuring that the preserved narratives reflect the complexity and diversity of human experience. AI can assist in identifying, cataloging, and analyzing this material, but the ultimate responsibility of curation, thankfully, rests with librarians. As libraries embrace artificial intelligence, they find themselves at the forefront of a new chapter in the evolution of storytelling. The possibilities are vast. Personalized discovery, enhanced accessibility, and immersive storytelling immersive storytelling experiences that blend the physical and digital. However, these advancements must be approached with care. AI, let us remember it again, should not replace the human element that defines libraries, but only amplify it, creating a future where technology and humanity work together to enrich the narratives that shape our shared experience. To fully grasp the potential of artificial intelligence, let us consider some examples of how libraries and cultural institutions are actually leveraging this technology to preserve history, enhance accessibility, and amplify the stories. The Vatican Library, one of the oldest and most treasured repositories of human knowledge, has used artificial intelligence to digitize and reconstruct ancient manuscripts, many of which are too fragile to handle. Machine learning algorithms analyze high-resolution scans of these documents, identifying patterns and reconstructing missing or damaged sections. For instance, texts from the medieval period that were long thought illegible due to decay have been restored with AI's ability to predict and simulate original content. This preserves priceless cultural artifacts, but it also makes them accessible to a global audience through online platforms, offering modern readers insights into the past. In Finland, the Finnish National Archives have utilized artificial intelligence to process handwritten historical documents, such as personal letters, diaries, and municipal records. These materials capture the everyday lives of ordinary people of past centuries, but their handwritten nature makes them without difficulty to access. AI tools have revolutionized the transcription process, and by making these narratives available online, the Finnish National Archives connect modern audiences with their own ancestors' voices, preserving stories, small, everyday stories again, that might otherwise have been lost. Another powerful example comes again from the StoryCorps project, which collaborates with libraries all across the United States to record and archive personal stories. This is an idea that gave rise to Historima, a project that you may be familiar with that is being funded by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for a few years. It's actually an idea that stemmed from this collaboration between StoryCorps and the Library of Congress. So, these oral histories that cover everything from historical events to everyday scenes to intimate family moments to the captions of text in newspapers are all stored at the Library of Congress, creating now one of the largest collections of human experiences in the world. That's storytelling. And AI plays a key role in indexing and categorizing these narratives, allowing users to search for stories based on themes, locations, or keywords. AI is also transforming accessibility in libraries. The Los Angeles Public Library, for example, uses artificial intelligence tools to provide multilingual access to its collections, ensuring that non-native speakers can engage with materials in their preferred languages. This opens up the world of stories for individuals who might otherwise face barriers to accessing library resources, because language can still be a barrier. So these examples, I hope, that demonstrate how artificial intelligence transforms libraries. By digitizing fragile manuscripts, processing handwritten records, amplifying personal voices, and breaking down accessibility barriers, AI enables libraries to extend their reach and impact. These innovations ensure that libraries remain stewards of the past while pioneering and organizing the future of storytelling. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities of the AI age, the history of libraries offers timeless lessons. First, libraries must uphold their commitment to inclusivity. As Dr. Carla Hayden, the first woman to lead the Library of Congress and an African American herself, has said, libraries should be as inclusive as the communities they serve. AI tools, when used thoughtfully, can help identify gaps in collections and amplify underrepresented voices. Second, libraries must adapt to new technologies and formats. Just as they transitioned from scrolls to codices and embraced the printing press, contemporary libraries must integrate digital platforms and AI into their services. Digitization of rare manuscripts, for example, does not only preserve them, but democratizes access, allowing people worldwide to engage with these treasures. Third, libraries must act as stewards of truth. In a world where misinformation spreads rapidly, they are uniquely positioned to counter false narratives. Media literacy programs and access to credible sources have always been part of a library's mission. But today, with the rise of AI-generated content, their role in this aspect becomes even more critical. As author Neil Gaiman once noted, Google can bring you back 100,000 answers. A librarian can bring you back the right one. Fourth, collaboration is key. Partnerships with universities and cultural institutions, like Europeana's effort to digitize and share cultural artifacts, for example, demonstrate the power of collective innovation. By working together, libraries can leverage resources and expertise to expand their reach and impact. Finally, libraries must preserve their human-centric mission. It is true that artificial intelligence can enhance services, but it cannot replace the personal connections that define libraries. Story times, community events, and one-on-one guidance foster this sense of belonging that, thankfully, no algorithm can replicate. In closing, from the grand halls of Alexandria in its library to the digital landscapes of this day, libraries have always been more than places to store books. They are living ecosystems where stories come to life, where communities discover common ground, and where new ideas flourish. As we enter a new era shaped by artificial intelligence, libraries hold the tools to amplify their missions in ways that once seemed unimaginable. Stories that required painstaking effort to preserve can now be revived with a click of a button. Narratives that might have faded into obscurity can now reach audiences across the globe, connecting us to our shared humanity. As we embrace these new groundbreaking technologies, we must also remain stewards of the human story, vigilant. There, the narratives libraries preserve and share must reflect the richness of our world, the diversity of voices, the complexity of human experiences, and the boundless creativity of our species. AI should not replace the human spirit or creativity that lies in the heart of storytelling for centuries. Instead, it should enhance our ability to connect, to understand, and to grow, we, as individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angeliki. This was a very panoramic view and a journey into time and how the idea of libraries evolved all the way to artificial intelligence time and how this can be used, as to say, to amplify stories. So, do we have questions for Angeliki? And to have, like...
If you don't have a question, I have a comment.
There you go. Or comments.
Sorry.
Yes, we do have one.
Sure,
Please.
sure. Hi.
Please.
I work for a school library, and in a world where books are being banned, both sides of the Atlantic, libraries are banning books. Will algorithms help us to get past that, the bias and the kind of the prejudice, or are the algorithms too biased themselves, would you say? I haven't actually tried them. I make sure I get all the banned books into my library on purpose, but what's the story? What are we going to do with the algorithms?
Well, obviously, I'm not a futurist to say. However, I think that the potential is there. I mean, that one amazing thing about AI and about this technology is that you can train it to do things for you. And what Eleni showed as an everyday, as a walk through everyday uses of AI, I think is very, gave us a very good introduction to how many things we can do. AI gives us a lot of opportunities if used correctly. One opportunity, I guess, in your case, would be to retrieve these books. Not necessarily to share them, because that's a different story, but to be able to go back to the beginning and to find the books, find the manuscripts, is something that we need to keep in mind. Remember that technology is technology. It is what we do with it that is important. It is the type of questions we feed it. It is the kinds of prompts. It is like all relationships, if I may say. It's a reflection of the investment in a relationship. It takes time. I would say it takes a few months if you want the machine to work for you. But then you should remember that you are the human. So it's like a good intern. Those of you, like myself, who have worked with getting poor support at times, can find great support using AI tools. But you would never trust your intern's finalized product as something that you would share and sign. It's the same thing again. You have to train it, but you have to train, you have to verify information. You cannot do research using this. I mean, you cannot do research because AI does not have the opportunity, for instance, to go and search into journals that like an academic institution only has access to. What it can do for you is that it can give you a good bird's eye view on things. It can summarize very well. And also, for those of you working with texts, it's very good at coming up, I mean, after you get to know each other for a while, to provide for you like an outline for something. This is very good. It can, I mean, if you feed it enough information, it can summarize information and give you an idea of how you might go about writing a text, or what are the questions that, as a moderator, you might want to ask at an interview. This is what I typically use it for. But it doesn't have your voice, and it doesn't have your expertise, and it doesn't have your style, and it doesn't have your emotional investment in things you do. So in the cases of research, or in the cases of storytelling, or in the cases of even public, like speaking out in public, in the cases of politics, the way we used to know, it's a good starting point, but it's not a machine that you should be solely, rest all your hopes on. I am dismissed. I dismiss myself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, our last speaker, Cecilio Angulo, full professor of AI and robotics at the Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya in Barcelona, Spain. He serves as the president of the Catalan Association for Artificial Intelligence. He is the director of the Artificial Intelligence Chair on Sustainable Energy and is the founder of the Intelligent Data Science and Artificial Intelligence Research Center. His research interests include AI literacy and responsible AI. The title of his speech is AI Supporting Readers in Libraries. Thank you, Cecilio. Thank you for being here.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. Thanks a lot for inviting me to be here. My background is in mathematics. Okay, so I am in the other side of the beach, let's say. Most of you are on the literacy part. But as Angeliki was explaining, I think that the interaction between the multicultural, the whatever, okay, that works. Okay, that works. And what I want to present is, in fact, is a proposal that was started by two of my colleagues that I will introduce, and then I was joining this project. That we are coming from different backgrounds, and what we are trying to do is this project that is very similar to the points that Angeliki was defending before. So it was a very good previous choice to hear him. So the point is how to support readers in the libraries. And then what we did is we don't want people that is passive. We want people that is active. So the first thing that you are doing is if you are reading, you are able to write. So what we were thinking is, why not to support people that they want to become writers, okay? Not popular writers, no international known writers. They want to be creative, okay? Why not to use AI, okay? So we are more to use IA in the sense that we want is to augment the intelligence, okay? So we are more for the intelligence that is augmented using AI. So what we want is not to surprise the readers, is why not the writers are surprising other people, okay? And this is one initiative that was starting with Instituto Cervantes, okay, and the UPC, so the technical university that I am a teacher. And this is my colleagues, okay? So I have Carme Fenoll, that is a former head of library for all the libraries in Catalonia, okay? This is a region about 6 million people. And today is in the UPC Arts, that is one initiative in order to introduce arts in a technical university, okay? And also we have Antonio Hernandez, okay, that is from the ICE. ICE is the Institute for Educational Science, because what we want is to educate the people, okay, in general, okay, not only students, but in general. Okay, so this initiative, in this moment, is covering these different places for the Instituto Cervantes around the world, so from El Cairo to Recife, and it's this sharing initiative between the UPC and Instituto Cervantes. Okay, so the question is, what if Cervantes were a machine? Okay, so what can be happen? Okay, so how these muses, okay, how these elements that are in the air and are helping you to be creative are a machine, okay? And they are supporting you. This is the point. And in order to do that, okay, what we were doing is, like a motivation is, what we will do is to have several people in different libraries, in different places in the world, that they are early adopters in the sense that they want to learn Spanish and they want to go forward because they want to write in Spanish, but obviously they have a background, okay? So the people in Recife have a background that is different than the people in El Cairo. This is obvious, okay? And what we want is finally to generate only one narrative, okay? So the question is,
what if the Instituto Cervantes is not that, but the Instituto Vargas Llosa, okay, or the Instituto, you know, why to select only one writer? Why not to select all the possible writers that are writing in this language? This is the point. So they are motivated because they want to learn Spanish, they want to write in Spanish, they want to collaborate. It's obvious that this is multicultural. They want to know other cultures. And okay, so what we need to do is more or less try to organize that, okay? And how to organize that? That is in some sessions, that is 5 hours, that have mainly 3 parts, okay? The first part is about to prepare the librarians, okay? Because they are the facilitators, and they are active facilitators, so you need, or you must teach them. Then to explain a little bit about AI contents, I think that the previous talk by yours was wonderful, okay, at the end in the morning, because he was explaining very well how to break, okay, how to eliminate these metaphors and these illusions that are not real, okay. And finally, what we are doing is to make some proposals that during the day there were a lot of them, so I am sure that I am repeating a lot of them, but let's say this is all proposals. Okay? So the prerequisites in order to work on that is you are starting from scratch, so nobody knows about AI. So our interest is that you are starting to know about AI. And obviously, you need that the people that is working on that has some level of the language. Okay? In this case, we are asking for a big one level of Spanish, okay, in order to be clear. This is the prerequisite. So this is something that you can export to, okay, you can ask later to the people that is working in Cervantes, but you can export this course to any other institute or institution or cultural place. Which is the outcome, okay? So what we are expecting after 5 hours, okay? So what is expected? It is expected one common narrative per group that is generated during the workshop. So it's not, we have 10 students, okay, we have 10 people, we don't have 10 narratives, we have only one narrative, okay, so they must agree, they must do this debate and to agree. They must recognize the different narrative styles and characters, okay, because it's obvious that when you are writing like Goethe, okay, it will be different that if you are writing like Calderón de la Barca, or when you are writing like, I don't know, Pablo Neruda, okay, that is a poetry, and you can, so you need to recognize what is that. And then also to get feedback from the other groups, okay? So what we want is that they are active, okay? So you are proposing something, and all the other people can observe that, and then you are getting feedback. Perfect. So this is the outcome. So this is something that is an evidence, and which are the results? What we are expecting that these outcomes are able to leverage, okay, to exploit. One is to learn digital humanities, okay, and that means not only language but also literature and technology, okay. We are very interested in technology literacy. The second point is to energize the libraries, okay. So you have people that is coming there, and this is something that you can repeat several times. We have the connection between the participants. That is something that in all the talks, people is talking about that. From the point of view of the Instituto Cervantes, you are improving the Spanish language for the people that is working on it. You are making some reflections on the creative process and the AI integration. Okay? The creative process is not so far from the productive process. Okay? We have in mind that to be creative is something that is, but if you want to be creative, the first step is to be productive. If you are hand by hand, you can be as creative as you want, that you are producing nothing. Okay? So you must be productive, and then the creative part is coming. And then what we want is to have a lot of participation and to do networkings, and you know that you have new contacts, you know, you have the new LinkedIn, okay, in working on that, and that can help. The role of the library staff is crucial, okay, because it's the people that during these 5 hours in normally 5 different sessions are facilitating all the tools, okay, that they will use. That means technical support. That is something that is not so obvious, okay, but I know that now in the Institute of Cervantes they have new tablets, okay, to work with that, so they have this support. To provide complementary books, okay? So maybe in Recife they are more interested in books, I don't know, about the Latin American literature. In Egypt they prefer some others that are more from Philippines, in other, you know, it's different. And to help the students to do the reflection about the creativity and to solve, you know, all the times there is things that are not working and come on, you need to do that. Which is the password for the Wi-Fi and all these things, okay? So you need somebody that is like one astronaut for that. So that's the point. So this is, in order that the librarians are working, you need to form or you need to teach them to work on that. I'm jumping to the second part, okay? And I think that this is some message that before Jörg was explaining, and I want to repeat because it's very important, okay? The humanist is not versus the technology, okay? The humanist is a part of the technology, in the same form that the technology is a part of the humanism, okay? The second point is how that is impacting the labor work. Okay, so I am working on AI, but also in robotics, okay, and everybody asks me, okay, in the moment that the robots are all around, where is the labor, where is the task, where are the activities? Don't worry, okay, so we have new and new machines, and we have new and new work, and we have new and new tasks, so don't worry about that. We need to reinvent, it's obvious, but don't worry. The first step is AI and research, okay, somebody was asking before about research, okay. This is totally different than AI and the real life, okay? So we are living in this research part, so we know a lot of different possibilities and algorithms, subtle difference, but come on, okay? When we are making dissemination, it's important to distinguish AI in real life than AI in research. And finally, the other point that we are discussing with the students is about AI and artistic creation. Okay? And then if you are asking somebody that is working in fashion and you are asking, okay, which is your inspiration? And say, okay, I am walking and I am running around the street and I am observing, and then, so finally you are copying, okay? In one creative form, okay, and according to your inspiration, but you are copying somebody that you are watching. So there is no problem because you are using outputs, outcomes from ChatGPT or whatever. The important point is that you are not using the same one, okay? And I think that the important point is the critical thinking, okay? So if you were observing the previous figures, they were not very good, okay, because my prompt still is very bad. But this is something that was winning a prize, one international prize, and it was generated using AI. Okay, it's a Sony prize. Okay, you can check it. Okay, it's on by Boris Eldaksen. So you can do things that are really, really interesting using AI. This is a point that also George was explaining this morning, okay? Nobody agrees what AI means and what AI is, okay? It's impossible. It's obvious that this one is about algorithms. This is obvious. But if you are going to the Oxford English Dictionary, you will find a definition. If you are going to the European Commission, you will find another possibility. But what is real is that artificial intelligence is a buzzword. It's not about artificial, and it's not about intelligence. Okay? We are talking about science and technology. Okay? It's like a colony of swarm intelligence or cognitive radio, and you know, is very nice. Is a very good metaphor. Artificial neural networks, okay? But we are not talking about brains, okay? So the networks are more complicated than what we are using. Yeah, so it's a very good approach, like a metaphor, but please don't attach to the metaphor, okay? The metaphor is only to sell that. That's all. What I am trying to explain, what I am going to the higher schools, okay? Because I am going like a techie teacher, okay, explaining AI. I am all the time telling them, please read more, okay? It's about computational thinking, okay? So generative AI is about, is what the system is generating correct for me, is right for me, that is working, okay? And which is the question? Because depending which is the question, the answer is correct or is not correct. So what the system is providing to you is not the right question. This is the other point. Okay? What it means right question, right answer. Okay? This is the other point. What this means, there is not a gold standard. Okay? All of us love to read, but maybe, I don't know, I don't like too much Gabriel García Márquez, okay? But I love a lot Neruda. They are very good writers, but come on, it depends on you, okay? So there is not only one solution. There are many, many solutions, okay? And this is something that today with the social networks, especially young people, is forgetting, okay? There is not one only real life or one real situation. There are many, many real situations, okay? That you are right, it never means that the other one is not right, okay? Both can be right. This is important. And I don't know if you know this manifesto in Ljubljana, asking that the people read things more complex than what they are reading today, okay? So people is reading, I don't know, it's X and trash. Generative AI tools, there are tons of them. Okay, so this is a list of possibilities, and you can find all of them in internet, and you can try all of them. When I was generating the images, I was using the Hugging Face that is open, okay, and in the Hugging Face you have Mid-Journey, and I was using that, but there are many of them. There's just some of them, okay? So the Hugging Chat, for instance, in order to talk, ChatGPT, obviously, everybody knows ChatGPT, but also Grok, in order to develop writing. Perplexity, okay, that is a good navigator. And obviously, the new tool by Gemini, okay, that's a very good point, a very good part of Gemini is coming from Mistral, that in fact is a French company, okay? So it's interesting. So this is only some of them, okay? You can find tons of them. And I will end with some challenge, okay, that we are putting for the librarians that we were recognizing when we were starting to do this course, okay? So this course was developed during 2 editions, okay? And this is the kind of things that we were discovering, okay? And we were dividing that in 4 different items. So practical tools, automation, customized or personalized recommendation, and fight against misinformation, okay? So for the first one, you can, for instance, evaluate some apps that are free or freemium, okay? In order to answer common user questions from the users, okay? So the frequently asked questions. You can also, for instance, to upload images and from the images to extract text, okay? Like in Google Vision. What is one image? This is the picture of the front of a book, for instance, and then you are extracting the information. And in the reverse form, you can generate one image that is trying to illustrate something, okay? So all the previous images that I was generating was trying to illustrate what I was explaining. The second point is about the automation of routines, okay? Again, the frequently asked questions, to simulate the loan process, okay? I know that now here in Athens, we are implementing that also, and to automate the catalog of the resource, but this is something that many others speakers before to me were also defending. For customization, you can work on using AI to suggest personalizing rhythms to the users. Okay, so I am interested in, I don't know, Eduardo Mendoza and Camilo José Cela, so maybe it's interesting for you, I don't know, Ana Maria Matute or whatever, okay? So you can have people that are similar to integrate several engines in one digital library catalog, okay? To generate metadata, okay? Somebody was asking before, if I am using free text, I can organize that? Yes, you can organize, okay? So it's possible to use some tags in order to organize that. Finally, also to generate summaries, okay, for people that they are having disabilities or special needs. So again, it's something that during all the day people was defending that we can do. And finally, okay, and this is something that we are especially interested, is about misinformation. Okay, so the first point is how to identify fake news, okay, from data, so not from the text, but from using data. Try to use tools in order to verify information. And finally, there is the ethic part all the time. So when you are teaching librarians or you are teaching technical stuff, you need that all the time the people is thinking about the bias and about the ethics of what they are doing. Okay? There is not question that is neutral. All the questions has some background and some interest, for sure. Yeah. So, coming back to the course, in this process, what we are expecting from the humans. We are expecting that they are generating the source text, they are generating the prompts. That is not easy, okay, to generate the prompts in order to get good answers. To review, okay, so to be critical with what the machine is creating. And then this is one iterative process. Okay? So the good point with AI is that until now, the technology was very good for knowledge. And AI is very good for skills. Okay? This is the main difference. Okay? So knowledge is not more important. You can get the knowledge from everywhere. What is important is the skills that you are getting. Okay? And I think that this is the most significant change when we are using AI. And at the end, we have a group of people that they need to, or they must integrate everything and to find a consensus. So again, the debate that we were talking this morning. And what is the machine asked for? Okay, so what is the machine providing? For instance, the revision of the text. Okay, so they are learning Spanish, so for sure they will be wrong. Don't worry, they are revising. When I am writing emails in English, I am wrong a lot of times. So what I am doing is, I am going to ChatGPT, please check that, or put that in one more formal form, or put that in one informal form. That works. Also to increase the text, okay, so for instance, to make descriptions about where is the character in this moment, to review the style, the integration of the text, and also, okay, you are explaining that by voice. You can use speech-to-text tools in order to get the text for that. So, in conclusion, okay, we think, okay, or at least we are creating this course with this aim, okay, that it's possible to address this challenge of AI in order to increase the creativity of the readers, or in this case of the writers, because when you are writing, you are reading, finally. But what is important is to cultivate your biological intelligence, because the AI is only a tool, okay? It's helping you, it's supporting you, it's accompanying you, whatever you want, but it's a tool, okay? And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cecilio. I like that you started with a very specific project. This, what if Cervantes was a creative machine, right?
Yeah,
was this the title? And then you opened it up and you follow and all these, you gave us, again, all the challenges and all the good and the bad, the pros and the cons of all these.
Let's say that the project is the excuse in order to learn everything all together.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for this. Any question for Cecilio, our last speaker, before our roundtable discussion? If we have anything. Here we are. Please.
Thank you. I use a library system, a library management system, which already is set up to give me a lot of information. I do my cataloging, I get all my information and stuff. How would AI, and something maybe I should have asked William earlier as well, how would AI help me to make that simpler, quicker?
So if you are using a catalog that is defined with a good semantic, and it's very well defined using different tokens, the automatic systems are working. But for instance, in our institution, we are generating many projects, okay? And then in the project, sometimes you have some keywords, but the keywords are all of them different. And we have an abstract about the project explaining what it's about, okay? So this is a free text. What we are doing now is to organize all the projects around some special or specific keywords, and then using the free text from the abstracts and using the keywords that we were using in some projects, then to align this project with the different keywords that are standardized or are interesting for our institution. And this is something that is a clustering technique, and this is something that AI can help you, okay? Yes. So you are using the free text in the abstract. That is obvious. That is, who knows that, okay? But then you say, okay, this text is about this token, this token, this token, and this token, okay? And the tokens is something that is provided by the university because it's interesting for us. So the tokens can be something that is customized by you, or it's something that is internationally standardized. Yeah, so but this is it's a clustering technique that is not so complicated to be used. This is possible. Welcome.
Yes, just a very short question. I'm now referring to texts that are creative texts, you know, like original creative texts. It worries me that whatever we read now in the future that, you know, is fiction, literature in theory, wouldn't it be possible or good or whatever to have a way of detecting if whoever has written something, a novel, a short story, whatever, detecting if they have used artificial intelligence, or having, you know, like an ethic code or something, so that the writer who has used artificial intelligence would be forced or, you know, demanded to confess it. What I want, my point is, could we, in the future, will we be able to tell what has been written strictly like writers have always done, coming out from their soul and their mind and their as opposed to something that has been written in a proportion thanks to the artificial intelligence. It worries me, you know, as someone who is interested in literature, how will we be able to tell? What could we do to make a difference between a text that has been written, you know, in a traditional way or something where the artificial intelligence has taken part? Sorry.
No, it's a very good question. In fact, it's two questions. Okay, the first one is possible to detect when this creation is coming from previous ones? The answer is yes. So you can determine how much this melody is similar to Bach or Mozart or Debussy or whatever. So this is possible. So when you hear something new like Nirvana, you think that this is a new song. Or when you hear Oasis, this is a new song. When you hear the Beatles in the moment or the Rolling Stones, it's a new song. But not all the popular singers are creating new songs. So this is the other point. There are people that are interpreting previous songs, and they are putting a small difference, and they have also the market. So this is not a plagiarism. Okay, so you are using music that you are hearing, so you have several sources, and you are mixing that. So this is also possible. And the second point, and this is something that I am discussing a lot with the people, is one thing is creativity, and the other thing is the rights, the money. Okay? So if you want to be creative, you are not worried about how much money you are getting from that. You are worried about how much people is hearing you or is reading you. If you are worried about money, then normally, or many times, you are not very worried about how creative you are. You are only worried about how you are creating your market. And this is different. So what I feel today is that there are many people in TikTok, okay, and Instagram or OnlyFans, okay, that they are not very worried about creativity. They are worried about money and about market, okay? And they have the market. So let's say many times AI is only one expression of the real world. Okay, it's like in the Plato cavern. Okay, so there is a light that is projected using the AI what the society is, but the guilty person is not the light that is only illuminating which is your society. So as you, this society is the one that you want. This is the point. AI is only projecting or augmenting or making more evident that this is your society, but that's all.
One more question. Stephanie, please.
Yeah, I was listening to Eleni and Angeliki and Cecilio now. To my mind comes the period which is still standing of information literacy classes or courses in libraries, in universities, and everything. Since now AI is getting into our work and lives, have you heard or do you know of any institutions that offer AI usage or how to write the best prompt or the right prompt to do your job? Because this is one of the most critical things, I think, in using these tools.
If you are going to LinkedIn, there are many engineering prompts, small courses, and finally there are four, so in general, okay, four elements. The first one is the context. The second one is how do you want the output. The third one is about what are you interested to create. And the fourth one is the key one, is what else is important for your creation. Normally, when you are generating prompts, that is the point. So you need to do 4 paragraphs. Okay, so this is about a woman that is in a room expressing whatever, blah, blah, blah. The second one, I want that this woman is wearing that and that and that and that. The third one is, okay, because I will use that for a future, I don't know, video. So you can explain that. And finally, you say, I want that in the form of, I don't know, very realistic or very expressive or very. This is how it works. And after that, as I was explaining before, there is not a rule. So it's skills. So it's like a game. So when you are playing a game, you can win, you can lose, you are doing your best, but it's a game. So there is a part of knowledge, but the other part is a skill. So it's like to write a narrative. To write a prompt is a narrative. Yeah, for sure. So you can check so this is a very nice, but this is not my prompt. It's obvious, okay? But this is my prompt, okay? And it was only 5 minutes, but this is similar. You are writing something, and you say, hey, check, I was writing. I remember Kim Munso, okay, that is one of the writers in Catalonia, say, many people is coming, and please check my narrative. And then Kim is asking them, were you revising that for 30 times? Because this is what I am doing with my narrative. I am revising my writing, and he's writing things like this, at least 30 times. Because if you are not doing that, why I will review your work? Okay? So you must be creative, you must be good, okay? So you must have the knowledge, but also it's skills. So it's training. Marco.
Thank you. Thank you, Eleni. Thank you, Angeliki. Thank you, Cecilio. This brings us to the last coffee break before we reconvene at 5 o'clock for the roundtable discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so we're finally reaching the end of a very productive and interesting conference. I have the pleasure of being in the company of all our keynote speakers. And before we try to summarize the main findings of this conference, I think on behalf of the organizing committee for the support of libraries, we want to address a heartfelt thanks to the hosting institution, Goethe, and our organizer, Nicoletta. Nicoletta, thank you very much for everything. Okay, so if we had an AI application, we would convert speech to text and extract the main points, but unfortunately we don't have one at the moment, so I have to do a summary of the main findings. To my understanding, and based on the discussions that were developed today, there are three main axes along which we can describe the relationship between libraries and AI. The first has to do with how libraries can benefit from that transformation in order to enhance their services. May that be cataloging through automatic metadata extraction, reference and research services, automatic information retrieval, enhancing user experience through personalized services, adhering to values like libraries always did, like inclusivity, openness, sharing on information, knowledge preservation, and so on and so forth. So libraries can definitely benefit from AI tools. I think this has been demonstrated today. A second axis is how libraries can help AI. And George Giannakopoulos, who is unfortunately not here with us at the moment, hinted on that. Libraries are data providers, and they are providers of refined, structured, well-annotated data. And this is very, very important for the very sustainability of the library ecosystem. Large language models, which form the future, need libraries, and they will need us more and more because we are the resistance to misinformation. We can provide fact-checking and so on. So libraries are data providers and librarians as informed editors of data. This is another aspect of this whole relationship that maybe we can elaborate on in our discussion. And of course, the challenges that need to be met. I think all our distinguished speakers, whom we cordially thank for their contribution to the success of this academic event, made reference to that, the various challenges, misinformation, fact-checking, fake news on one hand, issues of intellectual property, data protection issues. All these are challenges that we need to meet. And of course, representativity of materials in order to avoid exclusions, in order to make sure that all silenced voices and marginalized groups are represented in library materials. All these are issues that we are going to face in the years to come. So within this framework, and before we hand over the floor to those of you who had the patience to stay with us, I would like to open the floor to our distinguished guests for one final remark and maybe elaborate more on things that have not yet been discussed. Let me start by posing some questions, and maybe through dialogic exchange we can shed light upon them. One thing which is crucial is the strategic and institutional interventions that need to take place for libraries to be able to face this multidimensional mission that they are facing at the moment. Another one aspect that I would like to ask is how users receive and evaluate this AI-oriented shift of libraries. And of course, what are the broader collaborative networks that libraries have to participate in, because they are not isolated isles at the moment. They need to team up with academic institutions, with public bodies, with other stakeholders, because if we don't unite forces, I think the options will be much more limited than if we team up with others. So having all these in mind, I would like to hand over the floor to our speakers, probably in the order that they were they delivered their speeches. So let's start with Frank.
Thanks for
some
summarize.
concluding remarks, some thoughts you may have, some questions that may have arisen through our discussion here, and then we can ask for our attendees to participate in all that.
Thanks for your speech. All is said. All is said. What I can comment more, it's we have to fight for more knowledge graph and knowledge base. Means large language models are missing the quality of their answers, and our purpose must be that we combine large language models as stochastic parrots together with our structure of knowledge that we are missing now. That's our fighting, that's our panel to do something. And the other one is a new chance to come together with the other communities, like in CLAM, means museums, archives, galleries, and so on, is a new chance. But we have also to reflect our failures so far. For example, we disrupted 20 years ago with new search engines, parallel to Google. But where we are now, it's not well accepted by our customers to use our discovery tools, and we have to avoid the same failure together with the large language models. So maybe we go on the shoulder of the giants and combine good solutions like ChatGPT and other ones for new service of our libraries to get or to reflect more the needs of our customers. Or others say, I think so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think for me, I was glad to see so many people coming together with a real desire to find out more, to educate themselves, to learn together. And I think I would encourage people to find ways to connect and share the failures. Like maybe not everyone is comfortable sharing failures in a big public forum. So smaller networks around trying to solve similar problems. So I've talked to school librarians, I've talked to people who want to transcribe Greek manuscripts. Like if you can find people who are trying to solve the same issues and just informally network, even if you don't have resources to formally network, or sort of a couple of people gathering together can become something that attracts other people and attracts interest, particularly when it's a subject that is sort of so many people want to know more and feel like they should know more and are looking for some kind of guidance. It's an opportunity for people who are interested now. You only need to be a couple of steps. Not everyone needs to be the British Library. You only need to be a couple of steps ahead to educate people following on the same path. So I think there's a real opportunity there for people to lead within a network and to create the networks that they want to see. I think there's a lot of work that goes into the planning and the practical management of these things, and that's a level at which you can exchange tips as well as the big strategic thinking. It goes across the whole spectrum, and there's been a real sense today that it just touches every single aspect of work that libraries do. There are the benefits, there are the challenges, and then there are the way that libraries intersect with their readers, with the publics. And I suppose I would encourage people to also think about how they can do that AI literacy alongside the information literacy, the computational literacy. So being that trusted place that people can ask about how do they know if a search result is good, or encouraging people not to think of ChatGPT as a search engine because it's not. So just that level of like, can you tell other people in your organisation, can you tell parents, can you tell students or academics or whoever, and help give them somewhere to go to get some answers as well.
Yeah, and I think collaboration is conditio sine qua non. We cannot live without it because interoperability forces us towards that direction. So if we team up as different libraries through networking, this really amplifies our resources and our human resources, not only financial. Thank you very much, Mia. William?
Well, thank you. I think, well, we are working just with cataloging, so we're quite lucky in that regard. This is a process that is, it seems pretty obvious that it's going to be more or less automated in not too far ahead in time. I think it would be very important to people to get new roles within that framework, where they can learn, maybe do something a little bit different from before, but still get to know the new way of working. Yeah. It's very hard to say everything. This impacts every part of the library, but it has very different challenges. And that's very different ways you could do it. So you had something that you could maybe flip a switch and change a couple of jobs, and you have started using AI. But there's many big questions that needs to be answered. I read somewhere that one of the most important things that the librarian should do is take ownership of things like cataloging, because you have the big corporations who is going to, like already with our library system, we have started having automatic cataloging and generated metadata. And that's the black box. That's the paid services that we don't know how it works. So it needs a bit of cooperation to find solutions to hopefully keep it open.
And cataloging is the backbone of a library. But again, aspects like community building and civic engagement showed that the mission of libraries is reframed within the new reality. So we find new things to build upon. And yeah, this storytelling approach was really interesting, because if there's one part which remains alive is orality. And orality cannot be replaced with AI. AI is based on literacy. Orality is still very vivid in libraries, and it will remain as such. Okay, thank you. Eleni.
Thank you. So I heard with great interest everyone's remarks, and speaking from a point that I'm neither a librarian nor an AI expert, I tried to present the practical part, how we implemented this technology to our daily work. And my advice, my suggestion is that how I'm thinking about AI is like every other technology, like when television was first introduced, many people might be hesitant, or when computers were introduced also, there were maybe some people that's very hesitant as well. But I think technology will keep evolving whether we don't like it or we like it. So I think that the best advice is to try to implement this technology to our daily works to make it more effective for us and for the users. To make it user-friendly, make our institutions more user-friendly, and make it more effective for everyone. So, yep, that's it. I think you should remain persistent on quality control and try to implement the AI technology slowly into your daily work.
And this is the optimistic part, because seeing AI tools being employed in a high-risk context like the US Embassy, I mean, diplomatic relations, political correctness, and so on, creates hope for us that in less demanding contexts, it's even easier to incorporate and introduce. Okay, thank you, Helen. Angeliki?
Sure. I'd rather speak as a user myself, following on Eleni's suggestion. I think that we need to remember that we humans are risk-averse. We are afraid of change. So every time something changes, a system changes, a technology changes, we don't know what to do about it. And this is logical. So we have to, step back and wait for certain things to evolve. Technology has been beneficial for us, and we know, and we have been resistant through, humankind But we know by now that it takes some, getting used to before we move on to a next stage. So if we look at this artificial intelligence as something that is to our advantage or could be used to our advantage, this is a good start. Now, it's not only beneficial. There are lots of things that have to be checked. We definitely need a regulatory framework for certain of its uses. But I am confident that at the end of the day, you mentioned orality. Orality is not only, it is something that remains a big component of our daily life. During the break, I was saying to friends that I have been a ghostwriter in my previous career. And there were times when I would write a speech for a politician to go to speak before the Greek Parliament, and their opening speech was great, and then they had to give an additional speech, and they would flop. And it is at moments like that, or at moments like this one, when you are unprepared before other people, when you have to give answers to questions that other people address to you without you being prepared. I think that this shows us that we as humans still can show who we are, where we come from, what is dear to us, what is important to us, what our capacity is or is not. And this is, to me, advantageous to remember, because we know that there is a tool and then there is ourselves as personalities. So let's use the tool, remembering that at the most crucial, most important moments of our lives, we will have to tap into resources that usually have very little to do with artificial intelligence. So, let's not be afraid and make the most of technology.
This is true. I mean, information bias was there before AI. I mean, whether you select multilingual materials from all historical periods, from all civilizations and so on, was there in the analog period. So it's not something new, but it's reframed within.
Sure. If I may add one tiny piece of I just want to remind you that it is calculated that 70% of what we share with other people is in the form of stories, big stories and small stories, and this also includes like gossip, very small stories. So in this oral world, and this world where emotions play such an important role, there is a restricted place for artificial intelligence, and there is more space for the human element and for emotions. This is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Thank you very much, Angeliki. And Cecilio?
Okay, I want to add two elements. The first one is you were commenting user adoption, okay, and user adoption is the most important part because the technical people can propose and propose and propose, but finally it's how the user is making the technology for themselves, or how they are adopting the technology that is the most important part. Okay, so today we are in a very technological place, okay? We are not aware, but there are a lot of people that is with the camera and the people that is with the micros and the people that is controlling the slides. And we are comfortable because it's transparent, okay? So in the moment that the AI is adopted in such a form that is transparent, that we are not thinking that to send a message that we need some satellites and is something that is common, is human, then the technology is a part of us. And I think that we are not still in this point for the AI, and we must work on that. And the only for to accomplish or to get this goal is by talking each other. Okay, is that in the moment that the user has a very, very clear goal, and then is asking for this goal to the technology. If you are not providing me that, I am not using the technology. It can be very good, it can be very cheap, it can be, but if you are not providing me this goal, then I am not using it. So I think that to become transparent is very important, and then we can go forward with this technology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And AI everyday experience. I mean, we still pay attention, at least in the libraries, in the academic circles and so on. We pay a lot of attention, but I think the general public just uses AI. So we're there for user training, for raising awareness as to the dangers. And this is another aspect of the work that we do in libraries, in archives, in cultural organizations in general. Okay, so let's hand over the floor to the audience for any complementary questions, things that haven't been answered, sharing of thoughts in the aftermath of all the information load you have received today. Any questions?
It's a long way.
Sorry for making you walk. I think Frank initially brought up a really interesting point, and that is, we would like users, the public, to first, when they're searching for information, to go to our library catalogs and search, but they don't. They go to Google. And they will go in the future. I mean, already Google is using AI to its search results. So even when they go to Google, they're going to AI. But in the future, they will have AIs on their cell phones, on their laptops. They already do. So what most of the public will do when they're looking to answer a question is ask an AI. So it can be fortunate or unfortunate, but sadly this will be the reality. So how do we deal with that future? How do we need to create the AI? I mean, there are some attempts to create university-driven research tools that are AI that funnel the users back to the library holdings, even if they're electronic or physical. Or do we need to, like we do with Google, do we need to create some SEO tools to make sure that our library's data is findable for the AI overlords? I mean, how do we deal with that possible, probable future?
I have not the answer. In the situation that a politician has no more text, he's using teleprompting, for example. So maybe the most scientific persons are looking for Google Scholar, for example, then they go to the database, and as last step, they go to the library catalog or discovery system. How we can change it, I'm not sure. I have not an answer. I think we have to improve the service of ChatGPT and Co. and other ones, like published by Hugging Face and so on, like Llama and Mistral and so on. And to combine, we have one project for our linked open data of our library catalogs from Bavaria, Brandenburg, and Berlin to come together and to make also a chatbot about our linked open data. That's a project that we have. And maybe the answer is different to the ChatGPT answer, for example, but we are not sure. We have to do it. We have to collect our own experience. And so that's the next step. Not hopeless, but we have hope, but we have to do something. We have to make more training and more experience, that's I think. And we need more knowledge, because very often, I accompanied a lot of movements and developments like RFID, Internet of Things, and robots and so on, who's coming to the library that we can explain it, because I'm too old for them. Normally in the situation, I'm on the information desk in my library. I sit there. There's a younger people and I. They go to the younger people because the students and the clients have more near to the younger people. They are not ask me or my staff for any solution. So I have to reflect it. And so I think I can, my way is then, okay, I sit there. However, but the library is not the first address, also the public libraries in Germany, to ask about new technology. We have a lot of three-dimensional printings and so on. We have some tellers or some rooms to make it workplaces. But very often the library is not the cutting-edge space for any technology. They ask other ones. We have also other teachings, other institutions. But the library have also to reflect, to be transparent, and maybe is one institution, they offer an alternative to ChatGPT and Co. That's very important, that you have any alternative, not to have to use only the centralized service. That's my answer.
I think I have a flippant answer, which is if you want library knowledge to appear in search engines, then edit Wikipedia, because they're all madly crawling Wikipedia to get information. But I think as a non-flippant answer, librarians often, and people who work in libraries, think about providing resources when sometimes people just want answers. But at the moment, Google and ChatGPT, whatever, they're obsessed with giving you answers and not providing resources because they want to keep you on their site. So I think finding realistic user journeys, that understanding when someone does want resources and how or why we'd be able to convince, under what circumstances could we convince search engines to actually forward on inquiries for resources, and how do we make their answers better? And they're two different questions, I think.
There's a question here.
Well, not a question basically, but maybe an existential comment. Young people are ahead of us in the use of AI, and I think we are behind, but we are behind because we are divided also. Each is trying to find a solution to the problem, but we don't have an organization, or we don't have library associations that deal with the problem and indicate the best way. I mean, with information literacy, there was a lot of literature about it. There was, there were publications. I don't think we have the same thing now, and we're still divided. I mean, I don't see an effort, a combined effort to attack the problem. And I think that, still education is far behind in the detection of plagiarism. I'm coming back to it because I think this is also very important, that if students see that, it's not detected, they are going to use it again and again. And I think that, education systems have not adapted to a different way of evaluation of, the output. So, I mean, I loved all your presentations, they were wonderful, but where are the institutions that could guide us, could really help us, assist us in this effort? Thank you.
I think this is a very strong point, the institutional interventions that need to take place, because there's a huge gap between the advances that the market makes in the respect of AI and academic and cultural institutions. So this gap has to be bridged, and it's a policy issue to actually regulate that field, I think. Yeah. I couldn't agree more with you. Yes, another question, please.
I'm sorry for asking this, but at the end of the day, what will be our role regarding artificial intelligence? We will be the ones who will feed systems. What are our competencies in this era of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Sorry? That's fine.
It's okay.
We have the local knowledge.
It was a question.
Silicon Valley is far away, and we know our customers a little bit more than Silicon Valley, and that's the chance that we have. The local knowledge about our customers, clients, services, and so on, to have a real combination of physical life, so I think.
And also, I think, curation of the information. I mean, the information has been there for a while. It was there before Google. It was there before ways of searching for it. But how you approach it, what are the questions that you, like, and the theories that you formulate, that is the basis for the curation, is what hopefully is going to rest with us. Because this is not, I mean, I see more and more young people who try to see artificial intelligence. I'm the mother of a 17-year-old. And they see this as the easy way out. But then even today, as part of their own schooling system, they know that this is just a tiny, like a little help. It's not everything. So we are the ones who are the intermediaries. We have to be able to take these bits and pieces of knowledge here and transform them into something bigger and meaningful using our thoughts and our resources. So I remain optimistic. I'm not that young, but I remain optimistic, and I think that we will keep having a role in this.
I agree. I think that the tasks are the same, but the tools are different. So that means that, and also it's not different in the sense that we are modernizing something so we can replace what we were doing by hand and now we have a new computer. It's different in the sense that how we can recommend a new book or a new song or a new element to the user is different because there is not only one solution. And then we have these tools. The people that is in the library can still work in the regular form, that's okay. But for sure, you don't have all the knowledge that one system based on AI has. And then maybe you can use this system, then the system is providing you 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 references, and then it's your criteria to decide, okay, for these people, maybe among these 7 references, what will work is this one or this one. And then this is the curator part. This is the part that you say, and maybe for you it's also, this is new. Maybe it's working, so I will read also on that. And then you are getting a new knowledge. So you were asking before also about who must provide this knowledge. And there is 2 parts. There is one part that is the company. So you are working for the government, and you are working for a company, the company. But the other one is yourself. So it's not fair that you think that what you were learning 20 years ago is something that you can reproduce one day, another day, another day, another day. It is not fair for the new generations. So you must try to be updated on that. So this is a task, or this is a work that is shared between your company or your government, but also by yourself. Because if you are a professional in the task that you are doing and you recognize that this is new, in the same form that now you have a cellular and you have a new fashion, a new whatever, this is new. So in some sense, it's in your task. It's in, if you love your work, this is something that is coming from you.
Hi. This is a comment rather than a question. To prove the value of libraries, we talk about a library catalogs which are not so much searchable by AI, and also AI, to my understanding, AI is based on content which is freely available on the internet. On the contrary, libraries have subscribed databases which are not open to the public. So this is one point that shows the value of libraries. Databases such as, I recall, Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, Bloomberg, and those databases we have at the Bank of Greece, for example, they are paid subscriptions, so they are not part of, they cannot be searched by AI. So this is another point to point out the value of libraries and qualified content that can be searched within the libraries. Thank you.
Building on what Mrs. Emezaki said, copyright issues are of major importance. Maybe in the years to come there will be licensing agreements between different stakeholders in order to favor mining of reliable library data. In your countries, in Greece, I'm not sure there exists such a case. Are there any large language models that have asked to be fed by reliable library data or not? Because here I don't think so. I mean, and this would create optimism among us, because I think one thing that we are very afraid of is this lack of transparency of resources in large language models, and collaboration with libraries would actually, provide some sort of security in terms of data accuracy and reliability.
Looking to William, because did the Norwegian, you can maybe say more or know more about that, the trained a Norwegian language model working with NVIDIA?
Yeah, that's right. The National Library, I think the national libraries are the only actors who has the kinds of resources available. Not technically, but just a vast number of books and words. And they are in a special position to be able to develop things like the own Norwegian large language model corpus. But I think also other national libraries are in the same situation.
The French National Library, their AI strategy is partly written in response to Macron's request that they contribute to the development of a French language model. And I think that kind of sense of national competitiveness can sometimes motivate funding where otherwise funding might not come.
In the Greek case, for instance, the Greek version of ChatGPT is underdeveloped. The results cannot compare to the ones of the English language, let's say. And speaking from my own experience at the Hellenic Parliament Library, we have huge data sets of open parliamentary data, which could be used to train language models in Greek. But so far, there has been no interest on the part of companies or the market to collaborate. Maybe this is immature for the time being, but it will become more mature in the years to come. And with the need to ameliorate, to enhance these Greek large language models.
Yeah. Exactly the thing that the National Library of Norway did when they made their Whisper model, the speech-to-text. It was the Norwegian parliamentary recordings. You get all the dialects in the whole country.
In the case of Spain, I know that we have an initiative for Spanish, for Catalan, and for Basque. The Spanish and the Catalan is in the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, and in the Basque country is in their own facilities. And there is also another possibility that is working with data spaces. Okay? Data spaces is a space where you are sharing your information in order to get new outputs. In our case, we are working in the domain of agriculture, for instance. That is not related with libraries, but that is allowing us to generate a new semantic about agriculture. So this is something that if you have several libraries that they want to connect and to generate new semantics or ontologies, is one initiative that is one European initiative. So you can also work on that.
Any other questions? Okay, so let's keep the motto, maximize the benefits, minimize the risks that we began with. We would like to thank you all for your participation and your contribution to the success of this conference. Many thanks to our invited speakers. And once again, many thanks to the Goethe-Institut Athens and to Nikoleta Stathopoulou for the organization of our conference. Thank you very much.